Nič, páni, sme tu v tejto katastrofálnej biede. Naložený vo vlastnej šťave hnoja. Skoro toho všetko sedí. Ten Power za dvojka, hej, zabove ako minimálne tento paket. Aká je dneska nápojka? Nič, páni, sme tu.
When we started to work on the Ranger, we knew we had to make a class with high agility. The dream of fast bow gameplay is Legolas, so that's what we wanted to deliver. The starting point is moving while shooting a bow. Any kind of basic arrow skill can be fired while moving, with a movement penalty. This immediately gives you a lot more freedom on the battlefield. Here, I'm starting each battle with a poison burst arrow to poison groups of enemies, then using a lightning arrow to arc lightning around larger packs. For even more mobility, we also have a variety of skills that involve bolting around the battlefield too. This is Frost Escape. Using it jumps backwards and shoots a freezing arrow.
Aká bola posledná nápojka?
Monsters close on you and you need to get away. Once you've landed, if monsters were frozen, it'd be nice to have some way to take advantage of that extra time. This is where Snipe comes in. Snipe is a skill shot that you need to charge up and release.
Úplne spálny návolík. Ale chce žiť na svete kokotov.
And does a small AoE as well, so it's a great thing.
Dneska G1 černý monster.
This skill is Lightning Rod.
Nemá zobadovať.
Shoots an arrow into the air that sticks into the ground with a small AoE. Once the rods are in the ground though, they attract any arcs of lightning that are nearby, causing them to explode again. This means you can stack up a bunch of lightning rods on the ground and bounce lightning between them, doing way more damage. Now this takes care of packs pretty well, but for bigger enemies I'd like to have something that's going to enhance my damage output too. This skill is Stormcaller Arrow. Using it sticks an arrow into an enemy. After a short period of time, a lightning bolt comes from the sky and strikes them. This has a high chance to shock them, and shocked enemies take 30% more damage from all sources. If something big walks along, it's a good idea to throw one of these at them first to enhance your damage, before following up with the other combo. Now if I really want to enhance this combo, there are a couple of skills and Path of Exile.
Plečinka. Smutíme za plečinkou. Smutíme za plečinkou.
Support gems modify your skills, and it's where a huge amount of the customization of your character comes from. First, I'm going to take this multiple projectile support gem. I could add it to my lightning arrow, and it would fire multiple arrows. This would increase the number of targets I can hit, but that isn't the effect that I'm after. If I add it to my lightning rod skill instead, then when I fire it, I get a nice group of rods. This means that I don't have to spend as much time setting up before I can use it with my lightning arrow combo.
Takže máme tu nápojku Monster. Klasické je to Ultra Watermelon, Zero Sugar. Klasická politrová servátka. Aj politrová gurmanka. Dáme si do nosa.
If I add it to my lightning arrow, it will cause the arcs that come out of lightning arrow to strike even more targets, rippling along my line of lightning rods for huge amounts of damage.
Ako ten uláky, tí zaostali ľudia, to je katastrofa. Nebudeme si klamať.
To improve Stormcaller Arrow as well. Let's start simple. I'm going to chuck less duration on here. This will cause the lightning from the sky to strike a bit faster. Next up, we have a support called Shock Proliferation. This support makes it so that any enemies shocked by the skill will also have the shock jump to nearby enemies, meaning they'll take the extra damage as well. It's just a chance to prop, so it's not going to prop on every single pack, but when it does, a pack will go down ultra quick. Another useful empowering skill is Barrage. Barrage is one of the rare cooldown skills in PoE2. It enhances whatever your next attack is to fire 3 times. With what we have here, I think it might be a good idea to use it with Lightning Arrow. It'll generate 3 times as many lightning explosions. You could also use it at just the right moment with Snipe, or any number of other skills depending on what effect you need more of right now. It's very versatile and can be used in a range of situations. Now, even as mobile as the Ranger is, it's still very useful to slow monsters down, and a Ranger certainly has quite a few tools to do this. If you're prepared to get up close and personal, we have a skill called Electrocuting Rod. First, jump over the enemy and shoot it into them. Once the rod's in place, any lightning damage they take will build up a special electrocute gauge. Once the gauge is full, the monster is totally suppressed, allowing you to kill them easily. Now, sometimes when you use Electrocuting Rod, the enemy dies before you get a chance to electrocute them. I think there's another support gem I could add to my lightning arrow to fix this problem. Neural Overload will make it easier to electrocute enemies. If the skill it's attached to puts them over 50% of their electrocute bar, it will trigger instantly. Now this skill works really well for suppressing a single large enemy, but I'd like to improve my crowd control ability for groups as well. I'm going to add a support gem called Frozen Nexus to my Frost Escape. This makes an area of chilled ground around frozen enemies. I'll also add Deep Freeze to it as well, which will make the freezes last a bit longer. Now when I use my Frost Escape on that front enemy, others nearby are slowed down. It would also be good if I had a way to slow enemies down when they're farther away from me as well. So this would be a great time to start getting into the Ranger's poison and plant-based skill set. To start with, let's have a look at Vine Arrow. This skill fires an arrow into the air that creates a small plant where it lands. The plant sends out tendrils to nearby enemies, slowing them down and poisoning them. But it does have another function too. If the plant gets further poisoned, it transfers that poison to the monsters it's attached to. Normally you would only be able to get one stack of poison on a monster at a time, but you can put as much poison as you want on this plant. You could just use the plant to slow monsters down and not worry about the poison. But if you want to go all in on poison, this is the way to do it. Now if you do want to focus on poisons more, another useful skill is Poison Bloom Arrow. This skill creates these plant pustules on the ground. If you wait a little while, they'll explode. Just like any other plant skill, these plants respond well to poison. Shoot the poison burst arrow at enemies nearby and watch your plants grow more and more powerful. Poisoning the pustules causes them to do much more damage and makes them explode much faster as well. I can also add the Pierce support to Poison Burst. Doing this will mean I get multiple poison bursts as it goes through each monster.
I bought holotape.
We also have another skill to make a nice environment for your plants to grow. Gas Cloud Arrow. This skill shoots the ground and creates a cloud of gas that continuously poisons things inside it. Throw your plants down and put a gas cloud on top. The constant poisoning will make them grow.
Oh.
Another poison-related skill we have on the Ranger is called Plague Bearer. This is a reservation skill, meaning it uses spirit. When I enable it, I get this counter that counts up whenever I apply poison to a monster. You can see the counter on the skill increasing as each new monster is poisoned. Now I'm going to fight these monsters and make sure to poison them as much as I can to build up the counter. It does take quite a while to get the counter up to 100%, but it's worth it. Whenever I choose, I can unleash the poison in a big explosion around my character, giving a large amount of damage. Now next up we have a classic, Rain of Arrows. It's simple. Shoot a bunch of arrows in the sky and they rain down for a short time. It's decent AoE and damage at long range. Now this skill doesn't last too long, but we can change that. It's time to introduce Frenzy Charges. Frenzy charges are used for a variety of skills on the Ranger, but with Rain of Arrows they can be used to extend the duration. How do we get some though? Here we have a skill called Sniper's Mark. Put it on an enemy and it will grant you a frenzy charge when you crit them. Now remember that snipe skill from earlier? That skill guarantees the critical damage. So first we Sniper's Mark an enemy, then we Sniper's Mark. And after that, the next Rain of Arrows will last a really, really long time.
Oh.
We still have some weaknesses though. While Rain of Arrows hits enemies with a ton of arrows, each one doesn't do much damage individually. It would be nice if we had a way to break the armor on enemies so that Rain of Arrows dealt more damage. Thankfully, we have this Corrode Armor support gen, and we can put it on our gas card arrow. Corrode Armor causes poison to erode the armor on targets until it's all gone. This will significantly increase the damage that Rain of Arrows does against armored targets. Oh yeah, and one more thing about gas clouds. They can be detonated with explosions. I have an explosive arrow here. Let's check it out.
Floor wall decoration.
Now, because monsters and gas clouds are likely to have their armor broken, I think there's another useful combo we can do. This is an exploit weakness
Floor
support.
decor.
This support provides extra bonus damage to targets that have their armor broken. Perfect for what we have going on here.
A to nefunguje, čo?
So, those are just some of the skills we have on the Ranger class in Path of Exile 2. Now that we've seen all these skills, let's see how well they do against a much tougher enemy. It's time to fight the boss of the temples, Thanos. That's the Ranger. But oh yeah, there was one more thing. The mount. Check this out. Yes, you can ride a rower. While riding the rower, you can shoot arrows with no movement penalty. That's pretty overpowered. You can also use your vaulting skills to jump right off the rower's back. Once the rower doesn't have a rider, it starts attacking monsters, so he's nice to have around, even if you're not riding. That said, if you are riding, don't get hit. If you take a heavy stun while on a rower, you'll fall off, and it takes a while to get up, so be careful. So that's what we wanted to show you today. Now there is just one more rather unfortunate bit of news. Path of Exile 2's beta is going to be delayed. We previously said that we would get the beta out on June 7th. And while I think we would be able to get the game's content ready in time, we underestimated how long it would take to get gameplay polished to a standard that we're happy with. We're still going to be doing alpha testing in June, but we're going to be delaying the beta until later in the year. I don't have an exact date for you today, but it should be towards the end of the year. In the meantime, you can still play Path of Exile 1, of course. Now, speaking of PoE 1, we also have the 324 expansion to announce. I'm going to hand over to Mark, the game director on PoE 1, to show us what's in store.
We had a lot of fun making this one, so let's just get straight into it with the trailer for Path of Exile Necropolis.
Cold flesh, dirt, maggots, and ghosts. Our job is to keep them where they belong. It's your first night, so you'll need this. A ghostly lantern from ghastly tinkering.
Tienes toto záligu.
You learn to peer into the souls of the dead. You learn how to twist them. Meet me in the necropolis. You can pilfer shiny things from a corpse, but you can pilfer glorious things from a soul. I need a grave digger. The job's hard, but the pay's good. What do you say?
In the Necropolis League, you will encounter Undertaker Aramir, a man collecting the scattered spirits of the Eternal Empire for a mysterious purpose. These spirits have begun to haunt the monsters of Wraeclast, unleashing their ancient fury and sorrow onto the world. The Undertaker will provide you with the Lantern of Aramir, a powerful family heirloom which can illuminate the wrathful spirits haunting monsters throughout Wraeclast. With it, the Undertaker hopes to employ you to rid Wraeclast of this menace, and further his cryptic cause. The lantern can be used when entering any new area. When peering through it, you can examine the spirits haunting that area. The lantern also allows you to manipulate them, letting you configure which monsters are affected by which mobs. It would be wise to take your time with your decisions here, for the spirits are not forgiving. When peering through the lantern, you can also see extra details about the packs of monsters in the area. Rowers here are considered common, whereas the water elementals are more scarce. If you want things to be easier, you can put the more difficult spirits on the elementals, which you'll encounter less often. We've tried to make sure that by engaging with the lantern, you are able to intelligently control the difficulty in the Necropolis League. The spirits come in a number of forms which represent the danger they pose. For example here, the infested vultures are servant haunted, causing them to deal a small amount of increased damage. But the Voles Vanguard are noble haunted, causing them to deal a large amount of increased damage. As you reach higher level areas in Wraeclast, the tier and number of spirits that are haunting monsters will generally increase. Your game knowledge can help you here. If you're aware of the composition of a monster pack, this means certain mods will be easier to manage. For example, the mod that increases a pack's damage for every monster killed has no effect on packs with a single monster, like a Devourer. However, if we found a spirit that makes the strongest monster in a pack deal 100% more damage, well, I'm going to avoid the Devourer. You might have noticed that the Lantern of Aramir provides other useful information. such as the types of abilities monsters use or the damage types they deal. So for those who are less familiar with how these monsters work, this can be a great way to learn what you're up against. The spirits are constantly moving throughout Rayclass, so if you are finding a campaign area too difficult, you can just wait a few minutes, peer through the lantern again to see what's changed. Of course, powerful spirits beget powerful rewards. There are two reasons why you might want to face a challenge now and then. Firstly, not all the spirits are malicious. Sometimes the monsters aren't haunted at all, but are instead devoted. These can grant basic rewards like increased experience, or bigger rewards like spawning the Nameless Seer, an NPC that will grant you a single unique item after you defeat all of the packs affected by that spirit. The more haunted monsters you defeat in the previous area before using the lantern, the more likely the devoted monsters will appear in the next area. Monsters haunted by higher tier spirits will increase the chance of the devoted appearing even more, meaning that sometimes it's worth putting the hardest modifier possible on very common monsters, if you're brave enough. Again, we've tried hard here to allow players to customize the danger and rewards as much as they can. Aramor is an undertaker, and you can probably guess what we're taking to them. The second main reward from the Necropolis League is monsters with unresolved anguish. Once slain, their corpses need extra care from the Undertaker, and he will offer to take them back to his necropolis and store them in the morgue.
What?
Time to earn your keep. When you are ready, you can visit the morgue to view the monsters you have collected, and then get to work burying them in one of many graves in Aramor's cemetery. For example, we will bury this Kitava's Herald. Aramor's mysterious soul experiments can coalesce powerful items. Here I've chosen to create a pair of boots. These boots are useful for my character, but aren't exactly what I hoped for. And this is where the Necropolis crafting system really shines. You'll have noticed that the corpse we collected earlier had a crafting effect on it. In fact, all collected corpses do. If you bury multiple corpses in the cemetery, all adjacent corpses can be exercised at once to create one item. All of the crafting effects on those corpses will apply to that same item. This allows you to have either one or many different crafting projects ongoing in the cemetery. For example, next time I try to create boots, I could bury corpses that increase the chance of getting move speed modifiers. To go further, I could use these to generate higher tier modifiers. Then, I could try to bias it towards being an evasion pair with this. Finally, I'll apply some crafting effects that improve the probability of getting good rolls.
What?
Now, let's craft our item and see what we get. As you can see now, we have a much better pair of boots, forged from the souls of our enemies. You could even use the entire cemetery to craft one item. There is always something you can do to try and ensure your item will be as best as it can be. We hope to see some really crazy grave crafts. If you are lucky, you might find corpses with meta crafting modifiers. These can be buried to manipulate your crafting projects in more drastic ways. This one increases the potency of all crafting effects of adjacent undead corpses. Another meta crafting modifier gives a chance to drop an extra item from your craft, with all the same crafting outcomes applied. All you have to do is bury a lot of undead monsters.
What? Čo za kokotinu?
You can also craft new unique items exclusive to the Necropolis League using this system. As you explore Rayclass, you might find the corpses of famous Eternal Empire families. And when you bury an entire family together and exorcise them, they will thank you with a unique specific to their lineage. For example, the Nivalius Inheritance Belt. I'll give you a moment to check that out. You can use other corpses alongside them to grant implicit mods, manipulate the values of explicit mods, and more. In this case, with the Parandus Pact, you can even change the modifiers it generates. This unique is a jewel which adds extra stats to passive skills in a radius when socketed into the passive skill tree. The stats it adds are randomly generated, but you can bias it towards a specific type by using other crafting effects, such as this one, which increases the chance of getting life modifiers. Let's see what we get. Damn, we didn't get it this time. I guess we're going to have to go and collect more corpses. Of course, you can trade the corpses away to other players. All you need to do is purchase empty coffins from the Undertaker and use them on your corpses in the morgue, which will itemize them. Another item in the Necropolis League that you can find are Embers of the Allflame. These are monster spirits that remain living in the Allflame, a powerful ancient artifact of Rayclast, and you can set them free by placing them in the Lantern of Aramor and defeating them. These embers drop throughout Rayclast as itemized packs of monsters. You are able to use these packs to replace the packs in areas. For example, we have found this All-Flame Ember of Tarfor. We can now go to enter the next area and replace one of the monster packs in here. You can see we have also gotten one of the defaulted modifiers to appear. We can pair up the Karui ancestors with this modifier, making them even more rewarding. Let's go ahead and replace the Tentacle Miscreations. However, when replacing packs, you want to double check their density, as the new pack will inherit the density of the replaced pack. The Karui ancestors we have now added to our area can even drop basic variations of tattoos. If you aren't aware, this is an item type from the Trial of the Ancestors League, which can be used on passive skills to change what they do. There are many different types of itemized packs. You can find Breach and Legion monsters that drop splinters, untainted packs that provide insane amounts of experience, and even simple frogs, which can be used to replace difficult monsters to make life easier. And of course, these Ember monsters can be raised as specters too. Finally, let's discuss how this league works in in-game maps. Each in-game map will allow you to manipulate it using the lantern on the map device UI. However, instead of randomly cycling every few minutes, it is fixed to that map. Once you view the map through the lantern, you cannot remove it from the map device, so you can't trade that map away now that you've seen it as too difficult for you, or has monsters in it that you'd rather avoid, like porcupines. We're also trying something new this time around. During the Necropolis League, there will be support for the League on the Atlas passive tree. Multiple clusters will be there, allowing you to enhance the gameplay, customize it, and even change its behavior in meaningful ways. One way that you can change the crafting in a meaningful way is with the Prospero's Wager Keystone. With this keystone, all the monsters with unresolved anguish come with this crafting modifier, which causes them to generate a random craft when buried. This means instead of pre-planning your crafts, you have to adapt to them on the fly to get the best results. These clusters will not be available in Standard League. In 3.24, we've made a plethora of changes to the endgame. We're introducing new bosses, adding another tier of maps, and streamlining the Atlas. The most difficult and most rewarding content in Path of Exile can be found in Uber Pinnacle bosses, such as the Maven and the Searing Exile. Currently, the only way to access these bosses is by allocating specific keystones on the Atlas passive tree. While this system offers a nice element of control, it causes a problem. Rewards and access to the non-Uber variants are now economically priced around the rewards of the Uber fights. This means it is wasteful to run the non-Uber variants instead of simply selling them. Another problem that we noticed is the difficulty jump between the Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content was relatively large, and there wasn't obvious content that could bridge this gap. Many players would give up on their characters before being able to defeat the Uber Pinnacle bosses. In 3.24, we will be making some changes to this. We are removing the keystones that give access to the Uber Pinnacle bosses from the Atlas tree, and instead we'll be adding a new set of fragments that give you access to this content. Where do you get these fragments? We are adding a new tier of maps, Tier 17 maps. which not only give you access to the Uber Pinnacle content, but also test your characters in new ways. They feature a new set of bosses, Uber monsters, and a new tier of modifiers that can roll on the maps. There are 5 new Tier 17 maps in total, with some surprising boss fights at the end. We'll look at a couple today, and the rest you'll have to discover for yourself. First, we have the Citadel map. This map contains an ancient Kalguran citadel. You will encounter many expedition monsters as the signature packs throughout the map. At the end, you will fight Uber Uhtred. This is a version of a boss from Expedition League, with all its abilities and mechanics enhanced. Uber Uhtred will even be able to summon 2 other expedition bosses to aid it during the fight.
Geniálne.
Secondly, we have the Fortress map. This map is an impregnable fortress, guarded by monsters from the Heist League. At the end, you will encounter an Uber version of the Unbreakable.
Geniálne.
Again, it has enhanced abilities and mechanics you'll have to learn and overcome. Each of the Tier 17 map bosses has a chance to drop a unique item, allowing for some target farming. However, these aren't entirely new unique items. Instead, we've taken other unique items, removing them from the core drop pool, and rebalancing them to fit here.
Geniálne.
One example is this reworked version of Wraith Lord. It has 4 Abyss sockets, and allows you to summon an additional Spectre for each Ghastly Eye jewel socketed into it. Another example is Mana Storm. This has been rebalanced to grant a lot more damage than before, alongside some more impactful mana stats, if you can get lucky rolls. Alongside adding Tier 17 maps, we have also changed the Uber Pinnacle bosses to have completely distinct unique item drop pools from their non-Uber counterparts. This means there is a reason to farm both versions. Let's take a look at the Shaper versus the Uber Shaper. The Shaper will drop these uniques: Voidwalker, Shaper's Touch, Solstice Vigil, and Dying Sun. Whereas the Uber Shaper will drop these: Echoes of Creation, Sublime Vision, Entropic Devastation, Starforge, and a new unique belt called the Tides of Time.
Tides of Time. Geniálne.
Another example of a new unique is this helmet from the Uber Eater of Worlds, Ravenous Passion, and these gloves from the Uber Searing Exarch, the Celestial Brace. Each of the Uber Pinnacle bosses has a new unique added to their drop pools. We've identified another major problem with the endgame we'd like to address. With every expansion added to the game, we have been increasing the complexity of running maps. It's at the point now where a player must repeatedly execute a large sequence of steps to run maps efficiently. It can be easy to forget critical steps, and it can be tiring to repeat them. To solve this, we are removing some systems, but are keeping what is good about them. The 2 main systems we've removed are Sextants and the Master Mission Selector. It is not our intention to dull the content, however. We have completely reworked Scarabs to include most of the options that were previously covered by those mechanics, and many, many more. Let's take a look at some of them. Commonly, you might find Scarabs that simply grant access to different content. Here, we have a Scarab that causes Beyond Demons to spawn when killing monsters in your maps. And here, we have one that adds a Delirium Mirror. Each type of Scarab now has multiple versions, so if you want to fully invest in a type of content, you can do so. Here's a suite of Ultimatum Scarabs. This Ultimatum Scarab adds an Ultimatum encounter to a map. This Ultimatum Scarab of bribing then causes that Ultimatum encounter to grant better rewards and its monsters to yield more experience. This Ultimatum Scarab of dueling will cause that Ultimatum encounter to always guarantee the Trial Master boss fight at the end, assuming you can survive through all the rounds. This Ultimatum Scarab of catalyzing will cause all rewards from that ultimatum to be catalysts, instead of other rewards. And finally, this Ultimatum Scarab of inscription will cause all catalyst rewards from that ultimatum to be inscribed ultimatums instead. There are plenty of others. If you enjoy divination card farming, you might want to use these. This Divination Scarab of Curation causes more divination cards to drop for each different favored map you have selected. But it also causes whatever map you're running to only drop divination cards from those favored maps. So if you want to try and aim for your Mage Blood and don't want to just farm Crimson Temple, then this Scarab is for you. This Divination Scarab of Completion causes your Divination cards to have a 20% chance to drop as a full stack instead, for maximum dopamine. Basically, there are now just a lot of Scarabs. You might have also noticed that they no longer have tiers. Scarabs are now all world drops. You can get them anywhere. Some might be rarer than others, but the intention is that there will be a lot more options than before, and more interesting combinations to consider. If you want to target specific Scarabs, Betrayal has been updated to include most of them, and you will need to relearn which ones come from where. While this system is allowing you to heavily invest in one type of content, it is reducing your capacity for variety. To address this, we have massively increased access to content on the Atlas passive tree. You are now able to reliably get different leagues like Breach or Legion from just your Atlas passives. Regarding master missions, content such as Incursion, Delve, Betrayal, and Bestiary, these too are now accessible with Scarabs, and have more reliable investment options on the tree. Not only this, you can now get Jun, Einhar, Alva, and Nico to appear together in the same map. We have also removed some keystones such as Wandering Path, Grand Design, and Growing Hordes, but have added some new ones too. For example, Unwavering Vision, Back to Basics, and Thorough Exploration. And we have added some new notables such as Remarkable Relics, which allows you to try find better variants of Scarabs. Mounting Modifiers, which increases the values of modifiers on your maps by 2% for each explicit modifier. And Tainted Carapaces, which is just one in a set of many that allow you to target farm specific types of Scarabs. These are just a few of the many new notables that can be found on the Atlas passive skill tree. Lastly, we are giving you more flexibility in what content you want to run in the endgame. In 3.24, you can now have multiple copies of the Atlas tree, which can be swapped between maps at your leisure. You can unlock up to 2 extra trees for a total of 3 by progressing through the endgame and completing core content. When you open a map, you can select which tree you would like to use. For a given league, you'll never feel constrained to playing your endgame a single way. You can also label your trees to easily identify which one has which content. With all this combined, we're hoping to see new endgame strategies shine through. While playing through the campaign in 3.24, you'll notice a myriad of small improvements and surprises. The fundamentals of the campaign are still intact, but we've scattered fun encounters and secrets throughout Rayclass. The Dweller of the Deep has been trapped. What are these ritual shrines doing in the northern forest? And why are they giving me omens? This device looks safe. I should definitely use this on my items. There are plenty more encounters to discover. We'll continue adding more surprises in future releases, so keep an eye out. In the previous expansion, 3.23, we released a large number of transfigured skill gems. These are alternate versions of existing skill gems that function in very different ways, allowing for more build and gameplay variety. At the time, our aspirations were higher than we could achieve. We planned more gems than we could make. So, in 3.24, we're adding another set of transfigured gems that we have now finished. Ice Shot, Incinerate, Artillery Ballista, Tornado, Elemental Hit, Kinetic Blast, Poisonous Concoction, and lastly, Summon Holy Relic. Hopefully those of you who missed your favorite skill having a transfigured variant will get that here. We will certainly be adding more of these in the future, especially for skills that are missing them still. Of course, we'll also be doing a balance pass on the existing transfigured gems. One of the main ones we're looking at is Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation. As a result of this change, it is clear that the in-game potential of the Wander archetype really starts to suffer, mostly in the single target damage department. Due to this, we've added the new support gem, Sacred Wisps. This support gem causes supported skills to create 2 attached wisps for a duration. With these wisps, whenever you attack, they have a chance to also use the same skill, if you have enemies in your presence, and if there are any rare or unique enemies, they will always use the skill. That leads us into all the other quality of life features we're introducing in 3.24, and there's a shitload of them. Many of these have been revealed in teasers already, but here's a quick summary. We've added the automation and call to arms skill gems, for being able to trigger instant skills and war cries without having to bind them to left click. You can now hold down Control and left click to automatically apply certain currency orbs until they achieve the desired result, or you run out. For example, you can hold down fusings until you reach maximum links. You will be able to control, shift, click currency into a trade window to automatically move all of that currency at once from your inventory. Detonate Dead now has clearer telegraphing effects. When harvest crafting, the item hover will always be visible, so you no longer have to mouse back and forth to see the results of your crafts. When you use a Val orb on a map, the map no longer has a chance to become unidentified. Instead, it adds a new implicit. We've created a set of implicits that affect the areas in fun ways. Related to that, corrupted and mirrored items can now be identified. Breach hands now open upon approach, and no longer need to be clicked. Upgrades to Pantheon powers now apply to all characters in a league. You no longer need to grind divine vessels on each new character. With harvest crafting, you can now re-roll Uber Elder fragments. Fragments dropped by the Shaper cannot be re-rolled into fragments dropped by the Elder, and vice versa. Regarding Betrayal, we're removing Ashling's crafting bench as a reward. Instead, Veiled Orbs now perform that function. They remove a mod and replace it with a Veiled mod. These orbs now drop from Katarina and are no longer a world drop. Flasks can now be corrupted by Val orbs, giving random -10 to +10 quality. The capability to add extra quality to weapons, armors, and flasks has been removed from Betrayal. The Betrayal bench craft that converts an amulet to a talisman has been moved to Bestiary, and thus can be traded. Maven invitations no longer drop. Instead, when you have completed witnessing all bosses required to go to the Maven's arena, you can just talk to Karak and he'll open a map device window with the invitation already in there, ready to be rolled. Valdo's maps that granted invitations now give scarabs. No more having to waste Guardian kills to try get invitations to drop. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Solar and Eldritch packs. Each tier contains the full pack's face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. The microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Solar series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Cosmos weapon effect adorns your weapon with stars. Hitting enemies causes cosmic energy to spill out into the area around them. The Radiant Orb of Chance extra effect projects the outcome of items you've used an Orb of Chance on above your head. Remember to congratulate other exiles in town if you see them chance a powerful unique item. Shine boldly with the Solar Knight armor set. The power of the sun radiates from your body, getting more and more intense as you use skills and emitting solar flares as you run. With the Supernova level up extra effect, the dead will be raised from the ground around you, before being obliterated and turned to ash by an epic supernova whenever you level up. This one is my personal favorite. The Cosmic Turtle Hideout lets you travel the infinite expanse of the cosmos atop the back of a colossal turtle.
Wow.
Carry the weight of the sun on your back with the Solar Guardian back attachment. Witness it grow larger and larger as the energy of slain enemies is funneled into it. When it reaches its maximum size, it goes supernova and turns into a black hole, forever drifting throughout Rayclast. The Eldritch Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. Are you wondering if we moved the stash in the latest patch? Don't be fooled, because with the Mimic Stash pet, players can transform into an image of a stash when in a town or hideout, and scare unsuspecting exiles. This pet follows behind you with its terrifying hand-walking the rest of the time. The Shaper's Slam finisher effect sends slain unique enemies into a
Final abyss of unending darkness.
The Eldritch Hunger armor set contains a beast that demands you defeat it by embracing your bloodlust. Watch it grow in power the more you kill until it bursts from the shell of the helmet. Are you able to satiate its hunger? The seed within the Corrupted Growth map device expands its grasp on your hideout, the more maps you complete on your atlas. Equipping the Headhunter character effect causes skulls of slain rare enemies to whirl around you like trophies. They become enraged when you are near a rare enemy you are yet to kill, wishing for them to join your collection. Witness a reality where the struggle didn't exist, allowing the Eldritch Horrors to settle their own conflicts with the Eldritch Horror Apparition effect. Which of the Eater of Worlds or Searing Exarch do you think will win? These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Necropolis. Meanwhile, the Shade and Disciple packs leave the store forever at the launch of Necropolis League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Necropolis' full patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Necropolis' release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new Mystery Box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass. Thank you for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to doing some awesome Gravecrafts and conquering the new endgame bosses with you next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Však sa nič nepovedali. Čo bude z Affliction League? Čo bude z Affliction League?
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Good morning, Exiles, and welcome to our Q&A portion for today. I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark, and first thing we're going to be talking about Path of Exile 1 questions. I know that's the content that you'll be getting your hands on soon and want to hear all about. And then afterwards we'll follow up with a bit of a deep dive into Path of Exile 2 reveals, both from today and also some of the other stuff that came up during the recent hands-on event. But good morning, Jonathan and Mark. How are you going?
Hey, really nice to be here again.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having us.
Always a pleasure. I love talking to you folks about Path of Exile, right? So let's kick things off with the new League, Necropolis. And I just want to ask, should I ask about Lycia and Katarina and what it means for them to be involved, especially since they're like characters that are actively present elsewhere in the game in another mechanic right now? Like, what does that mean?
We bent the rules a little bit on that teaser. They're not actually involved. They're only in the sense that they are both T17 map bosses, so you don't actually fight them together, but we thought it would make a cool, little teaser shot there. And I think it did. It raised a lot of questions, so yeah.
Kde je to?
Yeah, I was like, okay. I was like, we're still doing some timey-wimey stuff. Oh, they both kind of like deal with death, so there's a bit of a transition there.
Like when you get into maps, everything's all memories and the line gets a bit blurred. You can kind of do whatever you want, which is a good thing about that system. You don't have to stay so grounded and sensible. But
Affliction.
so yeah, we do have some interesting encounters going on there that are a bit
Nine
different.
Lotus.
But it's again, the maps allow us to kind of detach from the groundedness of the world and the rules of what's actually happening in there.
It looks like there's a lot of boss stuff coming this league. Is that all focused in the new T17 maps, or is there some with the league mechanic itself as well?
No, we focused the monster development this time round on the T17s instead of the league. So there's no new bosses in the league, but there are some reuse of monsters through like the All-Flame Embers and whatnot, but not bosses. And
Yeah,
then
no,
we
I'd
put all our
love
boss development towards creating these T17 bosses, as well as the monsters. Like there are quite a lot of actual interesting monsters in the T17 maps as well. Like I don't know if people saw, but you can get Brutus as just a monster. Like he's not a boss. He's just there are packs of Brutuses and various various
Brutai, I believe.
throughout the non-notable ones, which will be quite interesting to see. You'll probably find a rare hasted Brutus is a whole different level compared to even the Brutus map boss and whatnot.
Yes, we experienced that last league in Affliction at launch, for those of us there who empowered that boss. That was an experience, to be sure. So we'll kind of change my order of the day then with the tier 17 maps. So there's 4 of these, was there?
Get them
We've got
back.
5 of them. We've got the Ziggurat map, Sanctuary map, Fortress map, Abomination map, and Citadel map being the 5.
And these are like effectively Uber maps, but we kind of also had Uber maps last league in a different way with the community made maps as well, but this is a whole different system, right?
A bag attachment.
Yeah, this is different. Obviously, the Valdo's maps come with a little bit more craziness going on. There are custom mod pools on these, and there is a little bit of overlap, but nowhere near as crazy. Like you're not going to roll the mod that sends you to the Void League or anything like that. That's exclusive for those player-made ones. But yes, this is a new tier of difficulty. It is expected that they are hard, for sure, but I'm sure some of your questions get into some of that, so
Yeah,
I'll explain them as it comes.
So these are the primary vehicle now for getting like the Uber fight keys. What led to the decision to make them come from a tier 17 separate map thing like this instead of from the boss, which I guess was the more expected, like you would get an Uber Maven key?
Well, let's say it was from Shaper, and to get Uber Shaper, and you kill your Shaper. Let's say it was even once every time, and now you kill your Uber Shaper, or let's say you fail, that's fine. But eventually you conquer it, you can kill it. It's not now fun to go back and do regular Shaper where clearly you can do the Uber version. Why are you bothering with the non-Uber version? So unless you want a specific drop from him, it's not fun to go back and just do like a clearly lower grade quality. So we instead went with it going a different way, where we have something that is ideally in between those 2 points of difficulty and has random variance. Like you'll find that some of the tier 17 map bosses with certain mod combinations are probably even harder than the Uber Pinnacles, depending on your character and all of those variables there. I wouldn't say that's going to happen entirely consistently. Like it'll be occasionally the case, but it certainly isn't fun to just be like, in order to do Uber Shaper, I have to do this content that I have clearly proven capable of doing, and just repeating that over and over.
I see, yeah. So it's for the people who want to farm their own ones. They're doing content that is up to their challenge level, basically, because the regular boss wouldn't be anywhere near that.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Right on. How do you get the tier 17 maps, though?
So the tier 17 maps, when you get more Void Stones, it has a chance to convert T16 maps that drop. The more Void Stones you get, it becomes multiplicatively higher, but there is a kind of diminishing returns on that. So it is quite probable to convert T16 maps like the first one, and then as you get more T17s, it becomes less and less and less. And the reason we did that is obviously the discrepancy between just running regular T16s and obviously top tier juicing. You end up with like, the multiplier difference of the amount of T16s dropping is substantial to say the least.
No, but
And we
is
didn't want it to be that we have to balance around the juicing with respect to getting T17s. We wanted to be that more accessible across the board. And so, yes, we added a kind of diminishing return. So like your first one might be quite probable, the next one's less, and the next one less, and then you're not going to get like, 20 T17s in one map kind of thing going on.
Right.
It is also worth noting T17s cannot drop T17s. They are not self-sustaining. The intention is that you are still kind of doing T16s and occasionally diving into T17s, unless you want to trade, of course, in which case, the world's your oyster.
So I saw they have their own.
Ako to odtiaľ získam.
And we saw things. One of the mods I saw was Ray Monsters removed 10% life, mana, and ES on hit. The mana removed on hit seems to break a lot of builds in particular whenever that sort of thing comes up, as mana is generally a pretty finely tuned system in Path of Exile. And it gets me thinking in general about mods like 80% reduced recovery and things that disable auras and stuff like that. And it feels just a bit not too dissimilar to monsters just being immune to your build, right? So what's the intention behind those sorts of modifiers in maps?
It certainly was the ideal dream back when, that there are a lot of modifiers that
Ugh.
can't be done by every build and you'd re-roll them and whatnot. Now, obviously, in the context of T17s, you can't re-roll them. So this really is, you should either change your playstyle, take your time,
That's the
be a
track
bit
in the
more
door,
careful, to do it, or you can trade it away, of course, or maybe you simply can't run it on that character and you have to maybe build a different character that is capable of doing, or more characters that are capable of doing.
Self-read
different
bag
maps.
attachment. I could
There
have...
is one tool though that is in the form of a scarab. One of the scarabs gives you additional crafting modifiers on your map device. It isn't a common scarab by any means. You can't just use it on every T17. But two of the extra crafting mods that get applied to the map device is that prefixes are
Ugh.
disabled and suffixes are disabled.
Ugh.
So you can pick one of those. So if you do get one of these T17s, I do expect sometimes, and you're like, I can't run it because of this modifier, you can at least use that scarab to turn that off occasionally. So it is like one of the tools that you can use to get around certain mods that it might be too hard or you can't quite get through. But the general idea is that you do have to actually think about these modifiers, play around them, change your characters. It's not to just a kind of like, well, you don't have to alch them, they drop rolled, but it shouldn't just be a T17 is mindless, go in there and do it. Unless, of course, your build is so strong and so diverse that it can do that, which that's fine. If you want to build your character that way, then, you know, that's what the game allows you to do, and that's what we like. So
It's a track wheel.
Right on, right on. We'll jump back to the league a little bit before we move on to some of the other endgame questions that I have. But what you're doing with the difficulty control for Necropolis, where you can select which monsters get buffed in which ways, seems like a lot of what people have been asking for, especially with Afflictions launch, where we didn't have as precise control over the difficulty of the content we were facing. That said, how do you weigh up giving this level of control against things like
the tema.
the time it takes to jump into the gameplay? I saw that this is going to take a bit of time to like read through those things and shuffle the menu each time.
So obviously we like giving control, but yes, in this league you cannot skip the difficulty. Having the control is a way to make it easier or harder if you want, but you cannot skip it. If you just enter the area and you don't interact with the lantern, you'll get whatever randomly generates. So you don't have to, I'd say throughout the campaign, like it is going to be harder by not engaging with it, but you don't have to engage with the league in the sense of interacting with that UI. But you will have to deal with the fact that some monsters are harder. So this is a rare league where we, in this case, you can't really skip it, which isn't something we do a lot, but you know, occasionally we get back into that and try it out. Now, that being said, yes, obviously we like difficulty, being able to manipulate the difficulty. And I think it is, and obviously the rewards as well. Now, it just needs to be the case that it is worth your time from a reward standpoint, engaging with that. If that isn't the case, we have failed. Like, it obviously should be worth your time from a reward point to go, oh, awesome, I got this thing, I need to put on some XP, I need to put on this pack, or you get, like, you know, the pack spawns Torment Spirits on death, I need to make sure it's on this pack. Like, there are certainly lots of positive mods that, or like spawning lesser shrines, right? If you put that on a very rare pack, you're not going to get very many of them. If you put it on a common pack, all of a sudden you're going to have a whole bunch of shrine buffs throughout the area, which in turn also makes it easier. So not only does this league make it harder, it also makes it easier in some ways. Now, one thing you said, talking about the time, like obviously when you get to end game, which like for every map, you do get presented with that UI, but because we have added the nodes on the Atlas tree for Necropolis, we have added a keystone that allows you to, well, effectively what it says is the mods are applied randomly and there are more mods, so it is harder and it is more rewarding in some senses, but you then don't get to customize it. But if someone is like, oh, I don't want to have to deal with interacting with that between my maps, you can just run the map and it will randomly do it. And like, that isn't necessarily to say that that's better or worse. It's just one of the ways someone can customize their experience here. But yeah, so through the campaign, you don't have to use the UI, but it'll probably be harder and less rewarding. So you should be wanting to do it, unless, of course, you just want to get to endgame, go for it. And at endgame, if you want to invest in the keystone, you can skip doing it on the maps themselves if you, again, don't want to have to deal with it. So ideally, we've given, you know, the choice here to do both versions and play the way you want to play.
I think that's really clever, using the Atlas passive tree as like a tool to be able to customize that league experience. Now, to the point that I'm surprised it hasn't happened before, right?
It was actually, we were talking about trying to find a way, and we were talking about like checkboxes and all that, and it's all just a little bit inelegant, and it was actually a suggestion of one of the programmers was like, we could do a keystone, and they were like, hey, we never actually do tree support for the current league. Like, it's just not even a thing that we've really considered. And from there, we're like, wait, we should just do this. Like, of course we should do this. Like, this is going to be fun and allow people to do different strategies, and like, why not? So I think it is a good addition. We'll see how it actually plays, because it's the first time we're doing it, and then we may continue doing it for future leagues, or maybe it's terrible. We'll see, and we'll not do it again. Well, who knows? I mean, we think it's cool here, but you know, we're not always right.
All right. So in the campaign, the monsters you kill in one zone affect what happens in the next zone, like the amount of devoted monsters modifiers that show up. This is the first time I recall seeing a league like this where what you do in one affects like kind of the next zone like that. Does it work on like any next zone you enter, even like a zone reset of the same zone or somewhere in a different act or something?
No. So this doesn't. The league actually isn't customizable when accessing through Waypoint or through the world map, which is bit different. I mean, you might think, oh, but my Blood Aqueduct farming, and yeah, sure, you can still do it technically by farming from town, but we're also like, you know, not that I know how many people even still do that outside of like, you know, SSF tabular farming, which I still don't even know if necessarily is a strategy. But either way, yes, farming the same zone over and over is not really embraced in this league. The difficulty will still be there, but you won't be able to customize the mods, and you won't get devoted mods either. So it's more for like, you know, the linear playthrough when you're going through. So
Souls
the way it works, the way it works effectively is like the more haunted monsters you kill, the more likely you will get devoted modifiers. It's a campaign-only feature. It doesn't happen in maps. Maps are completely randomly generated per item. It's an interesting way where it works a little bit differently in the campaign than maps, which I think is interesting. I kind of like having subtle differences there. And yeah, the more haunted monsters you kill, the more likely you are to get devoted monsters. And this is actually a reward for why you want to make it hard. Because let's just using Mudflats as the example, if you put all the hard, if you have say 2 out of 4 of the packs, or however many packs there are, have haunted mods, you might want to say, I'm going to make that easier and put them on the zombies and water elementals. But those are the least common monsters in that area, and thus you are less likely to now get devoted modifiers to appear when transitioning into either Fetid Pool or Submerged Passage. So you actually have an incentive to put them on the rowers and the other pack of rowers, because they are like the dominant monster in that area. Which is kind of interesting. So again, like there are many pros and cons to controlling the difficulty and rewards. You get as many good ones as you can. But also the other thing, just while we're on that topic, of the other reason why it's actually sometimes good to make things harder, in some sense, there's so many axes here that it's more like you want as many monsters as possible haunted by as many high tier things as possible, is that the haunted monsters are the ones that can turn into the ones that you collect for crafting. So again, if you want to maximize your crafting output, you want to be putting the haunted modifiers of the highest tiers on the most highest density and pack size. So again, going into Mudflats as the example, you want to have the rowers do that if you want to maximize your crafting output. So there are 2 axes and rewards for why you want to be making things harder. But often what I would say people are probably going to be like, I'm going to make things a bit easier to start with, and they get more comfortable with their character. As the character gets more powerful, they start to take a little bit more risks in that regard. And of course, if it becomes too hard and they over make it too hard for themselves, the mods rotate pretty frequently, like to the point if you're like running through an area, the next time if you then had to recreate that area, because you're like, nah, I've made it too hard. The mods will have rotated, and you can adapt your decisions and be like, yeah, this is easier for me now. I'll wait a few more areas or some more levels until I then raise the difficulty again.
So how clearly is that like reward system communicated in the UI? Can like someone who hasn't like watched this know that, you know, killing more of these monsters will give more devoted next zone and stuff like that?
That isn't currently communicated, but it will be. You probably didn't see it in the live stream, but we will do that. At least on the hovers, when you hover over and it just says devoted, we will put like a little, you know, like, well, we'll put it on the hovers of all the like tier things where it says like, you know, servant haunted, noble haunted, etc.
Pronto, to je úplná kokocká
Currently, I
liga.
think it says something, but I can't remember what. But yeah, we'll do
To je kokocká
a
liga.
pass on making things more observable and all of that.
It's actually kind of interesting on that point that this is the first time in PoE where you have information about what is in a zone and what the pack compositions are, and like just information about monsters. And there's just information generally there about like what monsters do and so on, which is kind of not really something we've ever really done before. So this UI actually sort of provides that, and it'll be interesting to see like whether that's actually useful and like whether we want to think about how we might communicate that again in the future, because like all that's now sort of a thing.
Yeah, for sure.
You cannot have
Yeah, I got
non-spectrum
really
minions.
excited actually when I saw that. I was like, oh, we can actually see what their abilities are and damage.
Well,
types and stuff like that. I was like,
There's
That's
along that note, there's quite an interesting feature in maps that because maps have uniform density distribution of packs, so generally in a map you're going to have like I think it's 5 packs or whatever, and you're going to have 20. It's generally going to be that there's 20% of the map as each pack. So in maps, there are these extra little symbols, which I don't think were in the live stream that we've kind of added in more recently, which are variants. So sometimes a certain pack is going to have higher like pack size or mod effect or density, and there'll be these kind of up and down arrows to kind of show like this pack's going to be more common and this one's going to be less common and stuff like that, just to add that variance so that those variables can still
Táto
play
liga
a
vyzerá ako
role
totálny
in,
hnoj.
when interacting with the modifiers. Otherwise, it would just be like, you know, here's porcupines, I'll do X, and then 90% of packs you probably wouldn't care too much about. So we've added extra variables to make it that the packs and maps,
Táto liga vyzerá ako totálny hnoj.
you know, are
Hnoj.
have more influence on your decisions. That being said, when you get into tier 17 and you or have a pack of Brutuses, you might actually think more about it. Yeah.
You're talking about your up and down arrows there. Maybe realize what the next league is going to be. Monster stock market investing.
Úplný hnoj.
It's there. It's ready for you.
Let's do it.
So I'm going to go off topic a little bit here and answer a chanted question in chat so that we can get back on track. So one sec. There we go. So you've been flooding us with a lot of great quality of life updates in the lead up to this release. Like some spring cleaning is going on right now, which I love to see. That said, at least one of them seems to have missed the mark, which is the automation change and the resulting removal of the ability to bind instant skills to left click movement. So having your steel skin on left click and having an auto cast that way.
Hnoj.
It seems to be a pretty unpopular change, and I just want to ask you guys, why do you feel like that is? Why is it so unpopular?
Well, there's a fair. I'll go into a few things here, but yes, obviously missed the mark on this one. As I said, we're not always right. Bit of a disaster. I do, however, think this is solving some good things the way we've done it, but the problem is it hasn't obviously solved it entirely. And going from a bad solution to a bad solution, at least from our perspective, is not what we should be doing. So we will make further changes. I just don't know exactly when and to what degree. There's obviously discussions going on. So to get into some details there, I do believe that it is beneficial now that it is a more observable mechanic, a less like hidden specialized mechanic of, you know, like you can follow a build guide and you can see, oh, this person's using this instant skill, but at no point does a user necessarily know they should randomly, unintuitively bind it to left click to have it auto cast.
The way that was before was just, I think, like more than anything, it just felt like such a strange, like, why should this even be a thing? Kind of, you know, it was kind of almost exploiting a quirk in just the way that our input system was, rather than really being like an actual mechanic we decided to exist. I think that was probably where we started to feel like, oh, you know, this is like, because I remember when I was discussing with Mark, and I was kind of like, this really, like, if you tell a new user about this thing and the way that it works and why it is the way that it is, it's kind of like, this just sounds so dumb. And that's kind of why we were kind of sort of keen to change it. But on the other hand, I guess the problem, well, yeah, I mean, ultimately the issue there is that, you know, the solution is a reduction in character power due to the fact that you need to have an extra support socket. And, you know, without compensation, that obviously feels really bad. So,
Well,
yeah.
I do stand by the, like, being able to have a trigger while stationary is an advantage, and being able to use multiple is an advantage. But of course, then we talk about more into socket pressure, right? Using multiple unless you were already using multiple, isn't reasonable for most characters. So, and we can talk about all kinds of like what the actual solutions would be, but effectively, from my perspective, I come down to if these things are just becoming passive skills, then why are they not just passive skills? That's what I've kind of come to recently. Like, we should probably take all of these, make them like, how is, say, Time of Need not different from Steel Skin? I understand one of them is regeneration and one of them is mitigation, but in the sense that, like, effectively what we're saying Steel Skin, Molten Shell, etc. is now every 10 seconds do something for Y seconds, which is exactly what a lot of our passives do. And so I was just thinking, like, we could move a lot of these into passives, and then what we could do is actually take what we originally intended for those skills and design awesome skills that are, because they were intended to be reactionary, and it'd be nice to actually design some stuff that is useful for that. Now, obviously, that's a longer discussion, designing the specifics of all the skills. But there are also some objective problems and balance problems that did happen from this outside of socket pressure, and I can at least cover some of them now. So I'll start with, General's Cry, obviously nerfed by this, right? It isn't nerfed if you were to use it manually. It is nerfed automated. And when you look at it, no one's using it manually. Everyone's using it automated. And when I say everyone, I obviously mean, the majority of people. So we are buffing General's Cry, and we are doing some other things Warcry adjacent, like I think there's some inconsistencies on a bunch of unique items which have like casting a Warcry and using a Warcry, and we're making that more consistent so that more things work in that regard, but there's heaps of little nitty-gritty details there. Patch notes will hopefully clarify all that. Now, then there's Mines, which is a big one. Now, Mine playstyle, aside from the annoying having it on left click, it going like tink, 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 tink the whole time, and that just being irritating, it is certainly the case that when it is triggering all the time with a support gem, obviously, if you now want to have the playstyle of throwing heaps of mines and then moving to detonate them all at once, which is how mines are meant to be played, you could do that before, and now you can't. So to change that, we've added a mastery for mines, which does the exact same behavior as before, which the mastery says your mines will detonate every X milliseconds while moving, and it will occur the moment you start moving from a stationary position. Now, the other third one I'll get into here is, Bone Armor from Necromancer. So, goodbye Bone Armor. And we have redesigned some of the nodes around there. So, what have we changed? I'll see if I can remember all the details here. I think it's Mindless Aggression. And note, all these notables are going to probably get renamed due to the theme change, but I'll use the old names just because that's what everyone will know. So Mindless Aggression is now multiplicative 10% more minion damage and multiplicative 20% more minion life instead of the increased damage and increased speed. This is possibly worse as a 2-pointer at like level 30, but in-game far, far, far superior in terms of actual damage output. You could argue it's slightly worse with Spiritual Aid, but I think that loss is ultimately inconsequential with the other changes here. Then there's the 4-pointer Bone Barrier, which we are going to keep the PDR stat and the what we're doing is we're removing Bone Armor and we're adding a large amount of minion life is added as extra energy shield, which will increase the minion's survivability for the amount lost by Bone Armor. So that should provide a good mitigation against, obviously with the mechanic of energy shield recharging, it'll help a lot towards your minions. Like, they take a bit of hit of damage and then they have some time to get it back. And, it's not foolproof, but that's fine. What you have lost is obviously the bleed removal from them. Deal with it is my answer on that one. What we actually did find, by the way, is a lot of Necromancers weren't actually using Bone Armor, and a lot were just using Molten Shell anyway. So I don't know how much of that is actually lost. And I know this is a bit of a rant, but I'll just keep going because, again, people want to know about these changes. What else did we change there?
One more thing. Did you change the leech thing, or is that?
Yeah, so there is I don't want to misremember exactly. I'll go into the Unholy Might thing first. So Unholy Might, we are actually changing what Unholy Might does, which is better for summoners in some regards, but more so poison summoners, and better for everyone else in many regards. So Unholy Might now is 100% of physical converted to chaos, as well as I think it's 25% chance to apply Wither on hit. So hopefully that is enabling a lot more different unique items and obviously Sin's Rebirth and all of that throughout the game. But also Poison Summoners and Theory don't also now have to use a Wither setup, and so they get some gems there, I suppose. But, you know, that's not exactly necessarily going to be a meta build. But we have changed Extractor Mentis because that gave permanent Unholy Might to monsters, and that means that with CI now you will have a physical and chaos immunity against monsters, and that was a little bit busted with, you know, Worm Flask shenanigans. So anyway, that's been adjusted, and I can't remember. We were experimenting with some leech. I can't remember if we stuck with it, but I think we had a 1% of damage dealt by minions is leached to you as life, replacing the recovery on Bone Barrier as well, which should account for a lot more incoming life recovery. I will double check that and I will post that afterwards just in case, because we went through like 50 iterations here and we're at somewhere. So that leaves one major problem, which is the socket pressure, especially on summoners. And we are actively discussing solutions to that one. I think where we are currently landing is that we want to have corruption implicits possibly on all the different minion base types. So Bone Ring, the Bone Shield, and the minion weapons, which grant various different skills like Convocation, the Offerings, Desecrate. I know a lot of people end up just auto-casting Desecrate and Offerings with the wand, but for people who don't have that's good. And at the very least, generally Convocation is unlinked. We might even do the Golem skills as corruptions too. I'm a bit iffy on that one, so I know generally I shouldn't say things that we're not definitely doing, but you know, I'm just speaking freely on that one. So hopefully that is at least a temporary solution to alleviate some socket pressure, but we probably do need to do more. But doing more in the next week is, you know, probably kind of hard. So I would look forward to hopefully seeing more of that in the future. But that's where we're at with that pretty much. Big rant.
It's like this automation change kind of revealed just how much of a very potent band-aid the left-click automation was, because it's opened up this whole can of worms of being like, well, it's exposed how these skills designs are all a bit problematic. You know, these ones that encourage you to have them just up all the time, cast off cooldown, these are things that potentially need to be readdressed, right?
For sure. Like, I mean, this does happen a lot. I mean, even if you look at the Pantheon change, which was one of the first quality of life things we announced, like, you know, it's like, well, we're going to change this Pantheon thing. Like, surely that's good for everyone, not having to redo. And then all of a sudden it's like, but now I don't want to always have chill effect on and all this. And we're just looking at these things going, Pantheons equals positive buffs. But then there are all these niche builds and Johnny builds that end up with taking these upsides and turning them into, they become downsides, and so now we have to adapt another thing. Like, often what happens is we change a system that we entirely think is positive, and yes, either because we've not given it enough time internally, or because, again, it's very hard for even 100 people to find things as quickly and as actively as the many hundreds of thousands of people. And so, yeah, we find that there are things we then need to do afterwards to fix. Obviously, we address the Pantheon thing by allowing you on a character-by-character basis to then disable and enable the Pantheon upgrades to fix a bunch of niche builds. But yeah, with a game as like expansive as Path of Exile, with all the millions of different builds, it is pretty hard to change anything without affecting something. And in this case, it was just we made a change that affected a lot more than we had originally thought about. And yeah, we're doing a lot of solutions here, but there is certainly need for a much grander solution when it comes to that left click thing. But I think where we're at right now is probably pretty good. I am never ever going to be happy with the fact anyone feels like they need to do some sort of numlock shenanigans or whatever their crazy strategies are. That is not okay, and as such, we need to. If that is still happening, we need to still fix more.
Yeah. Yeah. When there's like one of these things where you change something and it's like, this will be good once we get these other things implemented down the line, do you feel compelled to maybe like hold off on the change until you can get it all done at once?
Well, I think sometimes, but I think in this case, I think the lesser evil has been met. and I think that it is worth sticking to this one, especially with us fixing all those actual objective problems with the balance and actual nerfs that occurred as a result of it. Sure, not every single use case is covered, but I think the other ones are nowhere near as consequential, and I do think it will actually play relatively well. But yeah, in some cases, I'm sitting there like, okay, do we revert that or do we, aim to get all the fixes in? We're generally pretty fast with reacting to things like this. We generally can make changes pretty quickly. But yeah, it is a hard decision to make for sure. Like you definitely lose sleep over that one. But like that's what we do. And often as like it's actually responding to this one has actually been fun in at least a development sense because it is promoting a bunch of these other changes that have been like honestly needed for a while.
Yeah.
Like especially when it comes to the socket pressure thing, like that it is honestly unacceptable that we have not really addressed that in quite some time. So yeah, I mean, ideally, I can't promise by the end of next week we have the right answer, and I can't promise we're necessarily going to do something, but it is certainly something we are actively going to we have been actively discussing and will continue actively discussing the moment this live stream is finished.
Yeah, like I said, it was such an effective band-aid that like ripping it off now has like allowed you to kind of get to the meat of some of these problems, which I'm excited to see what you do with these like skills that are all have this design where they were just chucked on left click, because hopefully we get some much more interesting skills out of it down the line as a result.
Yeah, I agree. Already I have a lot of cool ideas. It's just a matter of now finding the resources to get them.
Môžete prestať kecať hovna a povedať, či Affliction Liga bude.
So since we're on the quality of life topic, something that bugged me quite a bit lately is getting attacked while talking to NPCs, especially in Affliction. I didn't end up getting through all the lore because I kept constantly getting attacked. But in the preview footage, I even noticed, I don't know if you ended up using a different version, but the player had the issue of talking to the Nameless Seer and getting attacked by a mob. Have you guys considered using pause tech to pause the game during NPC conversations when you're otherwise defenseless, or maybe other solutions like making you untargetable during dialogue?
I would say yes, at least in the especially in the context of PoE 2, which does have pausing.
Is there any actual reason we can't add pausing to PoE 1?
Oh, you're doing it again?
Probably not.
Like I know it's kind of been one of those things that we've sorry. It's one of those things that like we kind of did, and then we're like, well, I don't know. I'd have to talk to Reese and find out what limitations there were. We certainly were scared by it when we first added it. It was like, this is going to break so much shit, but then it didn't really in PoE 2, so maybe it will.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I can't see any obvious reason why it wouldn't be able to be ported over. Relative, you never know. There'll be something, but it's probably something we can work around.
Right.
I mean,
the thing that does suck a little bit about pausing during NPC conversations, though, is that there's various triggers that occur, and so it won't, if we just enabled it like that, like it would break stuff like the Fairgraves quest, and like things like that. Like there are some things that would break if we did that immediately, but like it's the kind of thing
we would have to find a way to be able to pause, like opt into pausing on some and not on others.
There's also the question of other people in the zone. As well. Like, there's like a ton of random things that would probably...
The way our pausing works right now is everyone has to have opted into a pause for it to be paused. So, but I mean, technically in multiplayer, if you're in proximity like that, you can just be like, defend me to your friend, I suppose. But they might just run off and start trying to loot some stuff and leave you to die. But yeah, I guess the counter argument is like, what about things like having safe zones around NPCs? And I would say that I have yet to find many games that don't end up just having exploitative cases around that. And that would be a lot more actual work,
What about the untargetable buff on the player while they're talking to the NPC?
But it's the whole like I'm in a map and Alva's there and like, oh no, I'm gonna die or something, or like I just want to reprieve and I just go and like click Alva and then I'm like, oh phew, I'm safe now, and then I
in a world where people can log out, how is that like problematic?
I mean, you're not wrong, but it feels like, well, at least logging out has a cost to the portal, right? Like I mean, it isn't quite the same, but in the sense that like it feels exploitative, whereas logging out does not. Like it feels like I'm cheesing some mechanic that's unintended for that. Like I wouldn't want to do a solution that again
I
feels
counter
like
argue. I counter argue that comment because I think logging out feels exploitative.
No,
Whereas
I know
if
what you
you log
mean,
into an
but-
NPC who protects you with a bubble because they have NPC magic, I'm like, that seems like an in-game thing. Like that seems
All right,
reasonable.
I buy that, but also logging out in PoE2, of course, will log you right back
Well,
into
yeah,
the
like,
word.
don't,
Yeah, well-
be careful now because
well,
you're going to get us talking into changing how logout works.
Yeah.
I have to say, after the hands-on with Period 2, I love the pausing and the
Right.
reconnecting you exactly where you were when if the game crashes or something. Like, so
Yeah, yeah. Which turned out to be very beneficial during the test we just did, considering the number of crashes there still were in the past. But
That happens.
at least you could log back into exactly where
Yeah.
you were and just
It
continue.
certainly helped.
Yeah, yeah. So,
All right, so
Yeah,
something you
There
might
will be a
investigate.
solution to your problem, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Pausing might be one of
Please.
it, and otherwise we'll engineer and come up with design some other solution. Like there will be something, but yes, it has come up quite a bit recently just because of the scope of PoE2. And generally, when we're discussing that stuff, we do also think, well, if this is a problem in PoE1 as well, like what are we doing? Like let's fix it. So it'll happen at some point.
Sweet. Before we go back to the league, we'll talk about the other kind of quality of life related thing, which was the announcement of the Ashling crafting change. So we've been wanting itemized Ashling crafts for quite some time, which is pretty awesome that we're getting that now. But it seems strange to me that it was at the cost of the current Veiled Orb Chaos style effect. That especially was a really nice mid-level entry crafting option for a lot of players. So to have that removed seems like quite the bummer. As you had the more random but more accessible version versus Ashling's much more deterministic but more expensive, more costly version. So why did you get rid of the regular veil effect?
I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say the intention's to just get rid of things, but I also kind of don't see it as a loss to be able to kind of, where possible, not retain every single little crafting thing. I would say that the crafting is, at this point, like quite bloated in a sense of like, it is quite hard for someone who isn't reading into and studying profusely to figure out exactly how to craft the best item. And that's not necessarily a problem, but taking the opportunities to remove something that is honestly just bloat at some points is a win, especially if we can find a way to bring it back into the game a different way that feels a bit more core and fundamental. And maybe you'll find that with, say, the Necropolis crafting system. Like that is, in theory, start to end game meant to be crafting. You can do crazy stuff at the end. You can do really simple stuff mid game, early game. And then obviously when we then go to say, is this coming core? Like, how do we want to do it? If we want to do it, maybe it's absolutely busted in so many ways that we don't want to, we'll see. But there's always more crafting things we're adding. Like you don't have a shortage of different crafting things in the game. Like it's certainly a little bit out of control in a good way and in sometimes a bad way. And more are going to come. So I wouldn't worry about losing something like that in the short term, especially when, you only need to wait a league or two for things like that to come back. And there are always just so many other ways to craft your items. I don't
Definitely,
think
guys,
losing
sounds
that
good.
is ultimately fundamental. And the win of having obviously
Sounds
it
really good.
tradable is huge. I'm very much trying my best to get around as many of the services as opposed to trades. We're doing a lot more.
Zaujíma, či Affliction Liga bude.
Like I eventually want to make sure we add a thing where for even mirroring items, even though that's like the nichest of the niche in the game, we're talking about, the select few. I do want it to be that, there is a way that you can do that without having to trade your item to someone. So there are a few designs there even, and, hopefully we will eventually get rid of as much of that as possible, especially when it comes to trusting someone with your item. I don't like that at all. So yeah, we'll hopefully work around, but obviously like services like boss kills and all of that, there's not really a lot you can do about that. That's completely fine. But when it comes to actually like loaning someone your item, I'm certainly not kind of in favor of that thing. And so yeah, hopefully we can see the removal of the rest of those in due time. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm super keen on those changes. So if the thinking is to kind of like slim down on some bloat, I certainly don't disagree that like the crafting system have like a bit much going on. I think in this particular instance, the reason why you've seen this reaction to it is this particular one little aspect of bloat it was actually kind of like used in almost every mid-level craft. So it feels a little bit jarring to see it removed, I guess.
Fair enough, and I guess the answer there is Necropolis will provided one of the most in-depth crafting systems we ever have, and you could argue about
Continue.
Standard League, but I mean, you know, my answer again there is deal with it, and then later on there will be more crafting systems, and
That'll
more
be
new
good,
things, and more interesting things. So.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm super excited about the Necropolis crafting. It was so the
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
I said after last time, I was
Srachka.
like, you guys have to do like some sort of crafting. work this
Srachka.
time. I feel like it's the only answer to like,
Srachka.
the whiplash of
Necropolis is
previously.
such.
So let's talk a bit about that actually. So Affliction was a lot of people's potential favorite league, maybe mine. Was certainly extremely rewarding. Why do you think it was so popular, and were you worried about kind of like coming into this league after that, the correction, effectively?
Why do we think it was so popular? I mean, obviously, I mean, at the start, it kind of wasn't in so many
Yeah,
ways. It
true.
was certainly too difficult. We certainly messed up a bit there. Once things were kind of fixed and once people kind of got their heads around, or you know, around the difficulty of the character builds to handle the difficulty, yes, it became Magic Find Ruckus League. Why was it popular? I mean, it was different. It's not something we had done before in so many regards. It was using new art, and obviously it had bosses, it had all of the stuff, it had so many different kind of reward arcs and existing old ones put into it, like the omens and all kinds of little things. It just had heaps of little detail. The ascendancy classes, I mean, people like that, but ultimately, yes, we can just go to the Magic Find. I'll tell you, I've never had that experience before. I've never, you know, been to the point where, well, not quite like this, where really it feels like the only thing left on the filter is unique leather belts and unique heavy belts and a couple other things, and there's still too many belts to try, and you're still just like, oh my god, there are freaking belts everywhere.
It was a bit too far.
Yeah, to say the least.
I mean, even just from a server perspective, the level of the number of players we could get on a server per server this league was much lower than it has been before, and even that was started to become a bit of a problem.
So the primary issue there is actually what happens is when monsters stay alive longer, because Affliction was making things last live longer, they are getting hit more. And when a monster is alive, they cost more than when they're dead. And so the moment, and then obviously when you've got a Stygian Spires spewing out 700 monsters a second, combined with the 50% increased attack speed, Soul Eaters, and all of that, you are nothing can survive that level of absolute mayhem, as in hardware wise. But yes, there is going to be a bit of a detox to some degree. But on the other hand, we have changed a lot in the end game to the point where hopefully the meta is so different that it kind of just feels a little bit different as opposed to necessarily like less or worse. There is one other change I'll talk about, and I'm keen for people's feedback. So one problem that we kind of have is that the amount of, obviously if you were to farm Magebloods, Headhunters, etc. via divination cards, there is a somewhat reliable way to get that. You get your doctors, you get your apothecaries and whatnot. And you saw the new divination card scarabs. Obviously, we're embracing that. We're not changing anything around that. But one thing that I do consider problematic, and we have made changes around, is stacked decks. So stacked decks, a lot of those uniques are coming from stacked decks. And so we have actually made some changes where the league rewards of various leagues, especially the ones that were quite high, so stuff like Tujen and a few other leagues, we have cut back on the amount of stacked decks they're given. And that, okay, you're like, oh wow, nerf my fun stacked decks. To compensate for that, and what it has allowed us to do is we have actually multiplied the drop rates of your Magebloods, your Headhunters, etc. by 2.5 times from world drops. And the intention there is that you are seeing more from actual drops instead of just from stacked deck spam. Now we've kept stacked deck. It was certainly on the chopping block. It was.
I know you were gunning for stacked deck, like you were hoping to get that thing out. But I think a lot of the reason was just the idea that one thing that kind of sucks a bit is that you're getting rewards for for bosses, for boss kills that people haven't been able to do yet.
Actually, not anymore. We have changed, which I mean is true. That which I don't know if people saw, but stack decks cannot yield divination cards that would give items from exclusive bosses anymore.
Yeah, that was definitely a thing that sucked. Was that, you know, like you want the exclusive items to some extent to feel like, okay, you proved that you killed this guy by having that item. So you know.
There are some corner cases like, you know, the Gambler and the Void that we're doing some specific handling around, but in general, you should be seeing a lot less like random Star Forges appearing before anyone's even killed Uber Shaper kind of thing. And also, obviously, you've still got the Voidborn keys that will yield it. You've got Valdos maps, which will yield whatever people have chosen to give there, which is probably just a bunch of Mage Blood still. Yes, ultimately, yeah, we want to see a lot more of those drops come from actually killing monsters and from farming divination cards the way we intended, which is by actually farming the counter, as opposed to just mass stack deck farming on a mass level from specific leagues. I hope that is received positively, of course, because I genuinely believe it is better. But let us know. We have a little bit of time to make some changes there if needed.
Right on, right on. I'll let people share their opinions on that one. I mean, to me, it's, I like the idea of boss drops coming from the bosses and not just from random decks. But anyway, it might be controversial. We'll see. Chat says W. So a lot of wins in chat, so it seems like mostly positive. Positively received. You can feel a sigh of relief, perhaps. So I think everyone agrees that Affliction was like probably a bit crazy on the economic side of things and what was dropping and everything like that. And I must say, like, I played the most I've ever played this league. And I was getting to the point, like, in that 2 months phase where I was, like, doing things and creating builds and doing content that I just hadn't done before. And I think a lot of players had that same experience. And looking at the overall economy, I expected with how crazy the league was for things to be ruined. But because that term gets thrown around a lot when an economy is different. But the like end result felt really positive for most people. Where like, sure, some things, like if you were trying to compete with the Giga Juicers for the items that they were trying to buy, like their bows or whatever, then yeah, you were having a hard time. But for the most part, a lot of stuff was really accessible. And it felt like a really fun league in that regard. And that was actually the biggest, I think, contributor to why it was such a fun league for myself and I think many others. Do you have any thoughts on that and like that economic shift and other ways that could be captured?
I mean, I love it. I love how the economy goes wild based on the content we add. It's always interesting to watch and whatnot. I wouldn't say I have any strong feelings one way or another, but I wouldn't say it's like I just want to note, it's not like our intention to, you know, get away from that specifically or do anything one way or another. Like, we liked these things happening organically. We like the community figuring out how to get around that and utilize it. And yeah, I agree. It ended up being completely fine and honestly completely fun. Maybe not everyone agrees. Maybe there are a lot of people who are like, no, it was too hard and I felt like everyone else got ahead of me. We don't know too much about that, but I mean, the league's ending now anyway, so what happened. But yeah, I mean, I do agree. At least I played a lot. My friends played a lot. Like, we certainly got into it, and a bunch of people here were playing a lot, and I've heard mostly only positivity coming from like, you know, outside of the very early in the league where we had some misbalance. Like, the positivity for Affliction was very high. It's actually making me think like a little bit more about how we can find some way to make some of it core, but I don't quite know how to do that just yet. I mean, I don't know if you saw one, I don't know if it was in there, but one of the keystones has the whole, like, when there's less than 50 monsters remaining, your map boss is empowered by wisps. I don't know, in the live stream, I can't remember. Too many things going on. But that's like kind of one way, at least for now. But there's a lot of good monsters there. There's a lot of good, like, I mean, the bosses and the ascendancies and stuff are interesting. It's just, it actually is one of the more complicated ones, especially when you consider the ascendancies and stuff, to try and even think how to put that into core. Like, that's a lot of character power. And you, like, I don't know if we will do that, but ideally, even just the magic finding kind of part of it with some regulation to some degree would be fun to add. But I mean, who's to say the current league isn't going to end up having sure, it won't be magic finding one so much, but with all the crafting and whatnot, it's probably heavily going to change the economy dynamically, and that will evolve over time as well. So
I think it's really relieving to hear as a player that you guys are like, you liked what you saw with the outcome of that. Like, I think the technical side of how Affliction achieved that, with like, things being laggy and all that sort of problem, is not ideal. But the end result was something we really enjoyed. But there's this perception that you guys at GGG sometimes
Affliction League nebude.
stuff where you're like,
Tak
we
kokotinu.
don't want you to have items and currency. So it's good to hear that.
I mean,
More
I am
positive
playing the game every league till the high end game, and mostly to level 100, and I am farming all these things. Like, I'm not sitting there going like, damn, I don't want all this currency. Like,
What I don't like is when you like press Alt in the game and you get disconnected from
Yes.
the server or like
Yes.
random stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like I don't want it to technically break. So yeah.
Więc to bude o ničem
I'd
toto.
say one big shift, like just talking about playing the game here, and like I do want to understand like a lot of what all these QOL changes are, a lot of what we're doing, a lot of what more will be done. And I think a lot of what is coming in Necropolis League with respect to especially all the in-game changes is a resultant of our team playing the game and
I can
listening
tell.
a lot more.
You guys been playing the
last-
game because we did these changes.
we started, so I mean, the whole sextant thing is just like, get me away from this. And I'm in game going like, okay, I've just allocated this tree. I'm like, damn, I don't want to play this anymore. And then I'm like,
To je sačka.
I don't want to have to respec all this, and then it might be wrong again. I want to experiment and try some stuff, and like that's where you then get the loadouts. And obviously I can respec, but I don't want to have to just go trading, which we know is a flawed system currently, and we've spoken about trading a lot and how we are going to improve it PoE 2 and then looking at PoE 1 around that in the future. But like, I'm sitting here trying to buy unmaking orbs, having the most frustrating time ever, just because no one's replying to me and all of that. Like I know the
One
pain.
of us.
And then I'm like, okay, we need some sort of like Atlas Tree loadouts or something like that. Like, we need to find a way to have this so that I can play the end game the ways I want without feeling so punished. And this comes into another thing, which is like, okay, like Wandering Path. I want to play the end game my way, but if Wandering Path is quantitatively too strong, then I'm not playing it my way. I'm playing it the way that the meta tells me I have to, because it is too powerful. And so, there's things like that where that comes why we've removed a number of the keystones and whatnot, is because if you feel like you have to do something. And so you could argue, okay, well, nerf the value. Well, now I don't want to do it at all. So what's the point in it existing? If the keystone is into that binary state of feeling like you have to do it versus not have to do it, get rid of it. That's generally how I feel about it, and add something cooler and better. And the new keystones might end up in the same ballpark. And you know what? Might remove them later and add new ones as well. That's just how it will be. But yeah, anyway, I don't want it to be that the loadouts are like everyone has tree A, everyone has tree B, everyone has tree C, because the keystones mean that you have to do that. If people want to do that, because that's like, metas are metas. You
To
can't
bude
go
problém,
around it.
ďalšia liga bude
It's that
kokotina, bude
feeling
slabý
of
jak
I have to
sačka.
do X, that I want to try and get away from, and especially for multiple leagues in a row. Like, if it's okay for one league, you have fun, and then if you feel like you have to do something that isn't enjoyable, go away. I don't want it. Like, it shouldn't exist.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it. But I have a follow-up question that's completely unrelated. What about the rucksack?
Look, you're lucky you got it for those 3 months or 4 months.
Oh no.
I just know, ultimately. You might see it back one day, but
I'm honestly surprised that Chris was even okay to even let you do that.
I don't think he was okay with it.
Really?
I think I
What,
snuck
you,
that.
you stuck that in without
Well, you weren't okay with it either. Like,
It wasn't okay.
we had a massive argument about it.
Oh no.
I assumed that Chris approved it.
He might have, I don't remember, but anyway, the luxury of the leagues is we do get to try these things for 3 or 4 months, and the importance is when we do something that we are reluctant about or we are in disagreement about, is that we do reevaluate it at the end of that and decide, are we keeping it or not? And it is a firm no on this one. And like, the good thing is we do, because we have these seasonal cycles, the leagues, we do get to try these things, and we do get to do something that we're maybe not quite comfortable with, just to really test it. And in this
Ďalšia liga bude
case,
sačka.
it's not.
Totálna sačka.
It's not staying in.
I mean, I have to respect a firm no, but why? What? What?
Uh,
How come?
well, okay, why? Not to put him, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but you know, I was on one half of the argument.
Hang on.
just,
So you're first of all,
oh, no, I don't want to keep it.
First of all, Mark ultimately gets to decide this, but at the same time, my feeling on this stuff is that I don't like it when you have a build choice that results in more inventory space, because that kind of thing like leads to sort of weird incentives that I don't really love. Like, you know, it's like
Sure, yeah.
if you have to, it's like if I have to change my build to get more inventory space, that just doesn't feel right to me. It's a little bit hard to explain exactly why that is, but like there's various things from games like that where
I do actually agree with that one. Having it be on a class is certainly not the right
That was
answer.
weird.
I also just personally don't think, I think inventory space limitation is a good thing.
Right.
I think that pressure is good, and I don't have a personal problem with playing with it. Obviously, it's nice to always just have more and more and more and more. But I do think that pressure is interesting, and I do think it is important to have pressure on how much you can pick up and leave a map with. Especially after Affliction, I was leaving every map with a full inventory, going like, holy, there's more things I want to take and I can't, and literally there's stacks and stacks of currency on the ground I can't pick up. But I think that is healthy and good, and it makes you make the good decisions.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think this was actually about the space. The reason why everyone loved the rucksack was that it was a separate space that allowed it to be much easier to manage things like your map rolling currency and your scrolls and just that random shit that fills up and clutters your inventory that you constantly have to deal with when you're shifting stuff over to back and forth your stash. There's a real problem there, a quality of life problem that the rucksack inadvertently addressed, and that's why people loved it, I think.
Fair enough. There are some. Well, at least, okay, so if that is say the problem of rolling maps, for example, like, there are better solutions to that, I would say, which is, like, again, I hate talking about this because now everyone's going to want it, and it, like, makes it sound like it's certainly going to happen, and it isn't necessarily. But, like, surely a, like, inventory attached to your map device that you can open that, like, contains your fragments and whatnot.
because you can't put stuff in it like from the map when you pick it up, I guess.
From the map, sure, but if they're just talking about, like, you know, the whole bringing a bunch in to roll all your maps and, like, I don't know, there's more to discuss. But I saw this one on the old quality of life bingo sheet that was there, and I have been thinking about trying to find ways to solve that one, and so I'm hoping that we can find some way to either mitigate or solve that one in the future. Again, no promises, but you know, we might come up with something.
Yeah, I can see there being another solution.
Heb je Fallout net pochovali?
It's like, to me, it's not the fact about getting them more inventory space.
Keby nepochovali Fallout, ďalšiu ligu ja
If
nezačínam.
there's another solution, I'm here for it.
Úplná sračka.
There probably is. It's just whether or not we can do it and whether or not we can come up with it in a reasonable time. It's all a resources game at the end of the day.
Ďalšia
so,
liga bude strašne slabý.
Look, I am keeping an eye on those bingo sheets. I am I'm tactically picking the ones so that the bingo can't be completed.
Neodolný ako hovno.
Not actually, but one thing that is important with a lot of these quality of life, we are actually, especially with PoE2's development, we are looking at a lot of these things which have been hard-nosed and really reevaluating, and it's like,
I think PoE2 really has
cool.
like, but just because like as well, I think as well, just like watching like new player experience videos and things like that, and just like looking at all the stuff that people are doing, and like it's kind of it's really another shot at like looking at all that really core stuff again and thinking. We just don't often think about some of that stuff very often because it's been there for so long.
O
And
trepete
then, so yeah,
hovno.
just having a chance to like really reevaluate everything really then starts to make you think, well, why is PoE1 even like this? You know, like it makes like ends up making those changes.
like we on Path of Exile 2, obviously you have I maybe shouldn't spoil in this, but I'm going to. We have on Path of Exile 2, we obviously have no more portal scrolls, and I'm not saying that we're doing that in PoE1 just yet. However, well, I say just yet, maybe ever, but however, in PoE1, what we are adding is, and it's come from the bingo sheet, is a bind key to just instantly open a portal that you can bind, and you don't now have to open your inventory to do it. I think having to open your inventory during a boss fight or something is not. Look, with pausing, that's kind of more acceptable because you can now pause, use the portal, and you don't risk danger. But messing around with that in the midst of combat is not something that you should really have to be doing. And the changes to PoE2 portals is what really made us reevaluate that. So yes, in 3.24, we'll do the classic
video probably after this or next week or some with us actually showing how it works. There will be a bind for instantly opening a portal, assuming you have a portal scroll in your inventory.
Sick. Yeah, love to hear it. All right, that's fantastic. There's been another thing that's been mentioned a lot in chat, which is, do you have any brief comments on the state of some of the lesser used ascendancies, like Gladiator, for example? Any potential reworks or improvements coming to them?
I certainly want to. I always love doing that. And last time, obviously, with Chieftain, we missed the mark, but now during Affliction with the League meta, obviously Chieftain grew into fit a little bit with Fulcrum and whatnot. So, you know, it's kind of interesting that in last live stream we discussed that one not really hitting where we want, and now it's got a lot more uses, and maybe this coming league it'll have a lot less uses. We'll see. It's quite fun how the league changes what people play. However, yes, ascendancy class balances are nice. Effectively, we just have to, again, look at what resources we have and decide how much we can do and where we want to target it. We have a big discussion towards the end of each league development and think, what are we going to do next? Look at the problems, look at what we want to do. And we have a list that's bigger than we can do. And often those things are on that list and we have to weigh, like, are we going to do option A or option B? And sometimes balancing an ascendancy class is overall less gain for the players than something else we want to do. Like, if you would rather multiple Atlas trees and or a Gladiator rebalance, I would hope to think the majority of people are going to be picking the Atlas tree feature. Maybe not everyone, but again, it's better for the mass, and thus, like, that is what we do. So yeah, it is a resourcing issue at the end of the day. Like, you can only do so much with what you have, but we do a lot. Like, don't get me wrong. But yes, we would get there eventually. It will come up in one of the things, and it is something that we will commit to.
Fantastic. All right, we're going to wrap up Path of Exile 1 Q&A now. Thanks for the very long discussion session. I feel like we could talk about a lot of this stuff all day. Another thing I could talk about all day is Path of Exile 2. We'll now be talking about Path of Exile 2, both the new reveals from today and some broader questions also. So let's dive into it. The star of the show today was the Ranger, which I had the pleasure of playing at the for a few hours myself. And it really showcases how much the impact
Sáčka.
of the WASD change
Dobre, ďalšia liga bude totálna sáčka. Hovorím, keby nepochovali Fallout,
had on the overall.
tak ďalšiu ligu by som asi nezačal.
I imagine now you've just like gone back and
Ďalšia liga budem brutálne neodolný. Úplne, čo nebudem mať bark, nebudem mať toľko štítu, budem úplne sáčka.
The WSD change had
Nebudem mať bark, nebudem mať štít, budem úplne sračka.
for the delay of PoE2 in some ways.
I thought so.
Because after we changed that, it's like, oh geez, you know, like, and it's like I almost knew this would even happen. It's like as soon as I was like playing it, I'm like, oh man, like this.
Ako moc ma to netrápi, lebo Plečinko nás opustil, čo je zdravujúce.
It's like, yeah, like you do something like that, and then now every class has to change a lot, and we haven't, I think, even yet still fully explored.
Veď skúsime potom vytočiť Monstera. Poďme sa vykadiť.
So like, yeah, it's just changed a huge amount. And the thing is, as we look at each class again, it's like, well, like, so we at the demo we did in LA, we didn't show here on stream, by the way, but there'll be footage of it coming out from the various streams that are there. We also showed the fact that when we went back to the Warrior again, which is the class we already showed, and then we were looking like we're playing around WSD for Melee, we kind of like immediately kind of had this like feeling like, oh, now that we've got like facing direction being a thing, we'll be able to have active block now, because you know, you can choose a facing direction, you can have a button to raise your shield up, and that will mean that that feels good at WSD too. So like that's another example of just like, you add this, you go to another existing class, like, oh man, you know, now we can have this, and then, you know, go to another class and, oh man, we can have this, and like it really, it's just kind of turned into this giant mountain of repercussions for everything. So yeah, it's been a bit crazy.
It seems like it's a really good option now for you to distinguish the classes and the skills further now too, because you can have like this slippery elusive Ranger where nearly all of its skills can be shot while moving, or you have the Warrior where nearly everything is a bit more stationary, a bit more explosive in that regard. Have you found that?
I don't know that I'd say that the Warrior is particularly stationary, because every skill has movement in it.
Sure,
what it does have is the fact that, and the other thing as well is, don't lose control of your character either, even while you're moving. It's just that you're more but it certainly is dangerous when you've got a slower skill, even when it's moving a bit. Like so that double, sorry, it's called roll and slam now. The roll and slam skill, like you have to choose when to use that. And that is definitely a feature of the warrior that for the ranger you don't feel the same way, right? Like, with the ranger you can definitely just kind of like you feel very free to move around all the time, so like that is a hugely different feel. But at the same time, we always want to make sure that there's that feeling of like I've still got control of the character, I can still do what I need to do. So even when you've got like the sort of slower attacks on another class, there's still like a feeling of control, or at least ideally there should be. I guess that's sort of ultimately really important to me, just never feel like you're losing control of your character.
How does it, the fact that like you'll have these differences in movement between different skills and potentially builds, affect things like boss and monster design, and how do you like balance against?
Yeah, this is the other big thing is that like I tell Mark, hey, we're adding this now. He's like, oh my god, we have to go through all the bosses again. You know,
It was like, it was dodge roll, and then it's like, oh no, like we have to go through and make sure like every monster, every skill, everything we have to go. Can you be dodge rolled or can you not be dodge rolled? Right. And we have to make that decision. And then it's like, finally we got through all of them. And here's active block. I'm like, oh no.
So yeah, because we've added now an individual attacks that implies that blockers, but also all the bosses have to make sure that there's the right ratio of blockable and unblockable attacks.
And there's a few things you cannot get wrong. You cannot have the AoE look like one thing and it is actually another thing. Very bad. If you have a telegraph or anything and it looks like it's going to do a 20 radius and it does 30 radius in damage, people will immediately, even on one boss, people will be like, this game has bad hitboxes and blah blah blah. And then the other thing is if you all of a sudden are using active block and a skill that you think should be blockable isn't blockable and we don't telegraph that properly, again you'll have the same problem where you now don't trust that feature throughout the whole game. So it's like, not only do you have to get it right, you have to be ultra meticulous with it and just be like, should this be blockable, should this not be blockable? You have to ask several people like what they feel, because sometimes it's in a grey area, and generally if it's in a grey area, you have to say yes, it is blockable, because 50% of people will think it is so. And so yeah, holy, the amount of times you have to go through all those monsters and everything is not low.
Then even with like moving or shooting on the ranger, because then once again you need to make sure the monster composition of each area has monsters that can catch up to you and hurt you even while you're moving, which is actually a little bit more complicated than initially seems, because just even small
V podstate dožili sme sa najhoršieho stavu.
will cause you to not get hit.
Path of Exile, sračka.
There's a lot more monsters that have a kind of step or lunge attack as well to counteract this now.
Aj teda pýťahoč, keci. Dožili sme sa najhoršieho času. Path of Exile, sračka. A Fallout, sračka. Takže je to dosť o ničom. Takže nakoniec ani Path of Exile není kvalitné, aj Path of Exile pochovali, Path of Exile je mŕtvy. A pochovali aj Fallout, čo je veľmi, veľmi... Ale je to zaujímavý scénar. Ďalšia liga bude úplne sračka, budem strašne slabý. Budem strašne neodolný. Takto si to poviem, budem strašne neodolný. Budem môcť mať znova 6 linknuté zombie. Bude mať zmysel i 6 link. Takže v podstate to je jedna z tých vecí. Lenže ja som 6 link ani nechcel, pretože ja tam mám to plus 2 k mini engineu. No áno, toto je tá jedna taká výhoda, že môžem ísť nejaké tučné rukavice alebo tučné topánky na veľký energy štít. Teoreticky. Jedno z toho. Spectre sú mŕtve, obľúbené Spectre sú mŕtve. Ja budem strašne neodolný. No uvidíme. Každopádne tak ako je Fallout pochovali. No, takisto pochovali Path of Exile. Také situácie. Aj Path of Exile pochovali, aj Fallout pochovali. Som celkom vyťažený z toho. Nie sú to tí istí kokoti, zase vidíš. Darisa, medvedia. Nie sú to tí istí hajzli? To by bolo echo, keby som tým kokotom mohol prehrať zápas. Nie sú, lebo sú v zápase. Fuck. Škoda. Škoda. Ako je to? Vieme to, čo to je. Power Exile sračka. Fallout sračka, no. Čo sa dá robiť také situácia? Tak sa to vyvinulo, tak to je. Plečníka opustil rodinu, Fallout je sračka, Power Exile je sračka. Veľmi zaujímavé časy, dožili sme sa zaujímavých časov, páni. Tu aj dáte nové servery, kokoti? Dáte nové servery? Asi niečo. Takže je to ako to je, no. Ako úplne nečakal som, že Power Exile bude sračka. Že rovnako bude sračka aj Fallout. Že pochovajú obidva tieto tituly. To sme naozaj nečakali. Že pochovajú obidva tieto tituly, ale v takej situácii obidva tieto tituly sú pochované. Bude musieť takisto, či sa mi to páči alebo nie, začínať Darksealom. Nedá sa nič robiť. Bude musieť začínať Darksealom naspäť. Tá citeľná strata AP. Nedá sa nič robiť. Akokoľvek to bude ťažké, akokoľvek budem zomierať, aj tak v podstate idem prvého Deadmana. Neviem, no, to sa nedá proste to. Od tej, čo som začal stávať ten Doran Shield, nie je to dobré. Nie je to dobré. Pozrime si, koľko mám. Vidíme, aké problémy mám s killmi, hej. Ako vidíme tie brutálne problémy s killmi, odkedy som prestal stavať Darkseal a prestal chodiť Yellowbirda. Kvôli tomu prehrám tie zápasy takisto. Vôbec nedominujem kokotov, vôbec nerobím damage. Ako ne, že má to čo ma najviac ničí, je, že Plešinka opustil rodinu, ako to, že Power Exile zabili u sračky. To, že Fallout zabili u sračky. Nech si zabijú, čo chcú. Ale to mi nezáleží nejako vôbec. Ako je pravda, že som to neočakával. Čo je toto? Toto bude na veky zadarmo, akože? Je to iba prolog. Ale toto môže byť dobrá vec. Teoreticky. Tu píše, že je to MMORPG a tu píše, že je to single player. To môže byť zaujímavá vec. Age of Winter. Age of Water. Midnight Ghost. Plešinka ma trápi. To, čo ma ničí, je plešinka. No si plešinku som si neskutočne obľúbil a plešinka už nie je medzi nami. A teraz sa s tým musím vyrovnať. Nemusím. Asi sa s tým aj nevyrovnám a plešinka bude ničiť chvíľu, nejaký čas. Nejaký čas ho bude masívne ničiť, kým si na to nejako zvyknem na to ničenie. To čo to je? Ako zabili ste Fallout, zabili ste Path of Exile. Mám Ority. Akože ima to nejako, že ale sa nedá povedať. Dá sa do nekonečna točiť Liga kokotov a dá sa trpeť v Lige kokotov. Pozerať na primitívnych bastardských, primitívne zaostalých, odrovnaných ľudských hnojov. Takže pohode. Pohode I guess. Vždy je tu Liga retardov. Môžeme ho zapínať. Pozerať sa na sáčov. Pozerať sa na to, ako je ľudská rasa neskutočne sprostá. Tí kokos, ako ľudia sú neskutočne sprostá rasa. Ako ja som z toho šokovaný, aké rozhodnutia, čo robia v tých zápasoch. To je katastrofa. Oni to vôbec nevedia. Oni to absolútne nevedia na žiadnej úrovni, na žiadnej. Oni to vôbec nevedia. Ľudia vôbec nevedia Ligu kokotov, ale vôbec. Vôbec netušia. Teda počkať, kým dajú patch noty, ale už v podstate patch noty nie sú aj zaujímavé. Už teraz vieme, že Affliction nebude. Affliction Liga končí. To znamená, to je úplne ohovné. Budem oveľa slabší, bude to sračka. Uvidíme tie Atlas zmeny, aké dali. Táto liga je úplne hovno. Táto liga je úplný prepadak najväčšej kurvy. Čo je takisto trošku smutné, ale čo je najsmutnejšie je plešinka, že nás opustil. Nedá sa proste. Nedá sa. Nedá sa, nič iné nefunguje, iba Yellowbird a Darkseal. Odkedy som prestal stavať Darkseal, prestal chodiť Yellowbirda, prestal stavať prvého Deadmana. Ja mám problém dávať killy, nedám killy, ja nerobím damage. Mám problém vyhrať kvôli tomu zápasy. Bohužiaľ. Keď si pozrieme naozaj tie štatistiky, koľko kilo dávam v posledných zápasoch, to sú katastrofálne malé čísla. A tie katastrofálne malé čísla stojí ma tie prehry. A na to 1.020. Prečo 1.020? No lebo Doran. Že áno. Ako naozaj keby som tu namiesto Doran Shieldu mal Darkseal, by som mal oveľa viacej kilo. Minimálne by to bolo 5. Ti garantujem. Lebo potom ja nažerem mojich kokotov, moji kokoti majú killy a potom už majú všetky killy oni vždy. To je celé o ničom. Nestiel som sa na to kokota jeho. Okay, let you play. So dodge. Or lose. Good choice. Why lose? I should go lose. Go surrender 15 fast. Where's my time? Ash. Ja by sa opad. No ťa upiči. Úplne sprosté kokocké hovna, hnité. Vyjebaný kaliber kokockej kurvy. Som si bol skončil. Buď rád, že som s tebou vôbec komunikoval. Buď rád, že som s tebou komunikoval, ty sračka. Ľudský hnoj. Čo vypisuješ stále? Čo vypisuješ? Ľudský hnoj. Nezáujem ľudský hnoj. Nezáujem ľudský hnoj. Ja rozmýšľam, v podstate Ligu Eternov využívam na rozmýšľanie, že teda čo spravíme. Máme Palworld, máme Last Epoch. V Last Epochu nepadajú veci. Máme tu Jakeda. Jake sa dá trošku točiť teoreticky. Path of Exile bude sračka, to neviem, to sa mi nechce ani moc točiť, to neviem ako budem točiť, uvidíme. Path of Exile sračka, Fallout sračka, ty kokos. Co je nič. Plešinka zomrel. Smrť plešinku ma zasiahla. Im to je čo to je. Koľko ti dostajete defa, môžete sa posrať, môžete si robiť svoje sračky a tak vždy robíte sračky. Čo je Vegas Infinite? Toto vyzerá byť zaujímavé. Pôjdeme točiť ona? Pôjdeme točiť poker znova? Poďme točiť poker? Poďme točiť poker? Poďme točiť poker, páni? Poďme točiť poker?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Poďme točiť poker? Ako ja idem sa, mám opäť ty kokotov. Poďme točiť poker?
Minions have spawned.
Poďme točiť Vegas Infinite? Poďme znova točiť poker? Online PvP. Drag control support, bla bla bla. Challenge real opponent's cash spin. Poďme točiť poker? Poďme točiť Vegas Infinite? Čo špaci? Rozmýšľam o tým. Utlačaj ho, sračka, utlačaj ho, daj, nalož mu tabaky, nalož mu. Točíme fragy, pičus. Musím sa učiť neautoatakovať, musím sa začať odsýpať. Musím sa učiť neautoatakovať. Je to dôležité. Buď sám. Dostal si mute, čo vypisuje sračky. Čo robí táto kurva? Hej. Ona bere minionov, tá kurva. Ona bere minionov, tá kurva. Tá kurva nám bere minionov. Tá kurva nám bere minionov. Tá kurva nám zobrala minionov. Ako majú v džungli. To kurva berie minion, no. Musím ísť námiť.
An enemy has been slain.
Damn. Tak kurva berie minion, no.
An ally has been slain.
Kurva. Na to pôjde kurva, haleluja. Na to pôjde kurva, haleluja. Som level 2 kvôli tej kurve. Ramusáckej. Na to pôjde kurva, haleluja.
Shut down.
Na to pôjde kurva, haleluja. Na to pôjde kurva, haleluja. Poďme znova točiť poker. Rozmýšľam nad tým, poker nemusí byť taká zlá, najhoršia servátka z najhoršieho súdka. Ako mám 13 minionov, to nie je zlé. Odkiaľ som ich zobral, to nie je zlé. Dosť minionov, ty koň, odkiaľ som ich zobral. Ti oni s tým Dark Sealom? Aj viacej minioni sa rúbu v môj prospech. Tento pitches má 11. To nie je zlé. Má srad tieto kurvy, Brandy šiel na to. Máme to. Na to pôjde kurva, haleluja. Na to pôjde kurva, haleluja. Zavolal som aké kurvy máme v týme. Lízneme ich. Potlačíme líniu, resetujeme, ideme si kúpiť Swiftky. Kúpiť Swiftky. Toto bude dobre čítať tieto kurvy. Ja, ja som myslím.
An ally has been slain.
Na to peje kurva, haleluja. Na to peje kurva, haleluja. Tá kurva sa nechala šmiknúť. Haleluja. Nechala sa šmiknúť, haleluja. Kokot, máš ultimu. Ty trus.
An enemy has been slain.
Ty trus stúpej kurvy. Nemôžem tu ani byť, ten kokot nám dá ultimu. Tento kokot má sa nás chcel nechať zabiť. Ty trus kokota odhnitého, sprostého, jebnutého. Tupého trusa. Vyjebaný hajzel. Mohli sme ho úplne v kľude zabiť, úplne v kľude sme ho mohli líznuť. Ale mám trus kokota nám ide. Bože, depresívny zápas.
Enemy killing spree.
Trus kokota. Si sprostý trus. Si chorý trus. Si chorý, sprostý, tupý trus. Si trus kokota. Čo robí tento kurva? Čo to robí? Trus. Trus kokota. No, aspoň nakúpiť si vecičky. Nemusím. Trus kokota, trus kurvy, haleluja. Trus kokota a kurvy, haleluja. Trus kokota a kurvy. Trus kokota a kurvy. No kokot nič nevie, kokot nič nebude robiť. Avkuje zápas. Hen. Zoberie mu štít a trus kokota nič.
An enemy has
Trus kokota je avk. Naspäť. Trus kokota. Úplný kokot. Trus kokota a kurvy. Trus kokota a kurvy. On kokot je odstavený od minionov. On má 80 minionov, tento trus. Trus kokota a kurvy. Trus kokota a kurvy. Kokot ma to nechal samého, ten trus. Trus kokota. Trus kokota, máme trus kokota. Máme trusy. Máme trusy, máme trusy. Máme trusy. Máme trusy. Máme trusy kokota a žatvy. Máme trusy. Máme sprosté trusy. Nájdeme útočiť na väžu. Trus kokota a žumpy. Neautoatakujem väžu. Nemá zmysel. Si retardovaný trus. Trus kokota a kurvy. Trus kokota a kurvy. Si trus. Si trus kokota. Trus kokota a kurvy. Trus kokota a kurvy. Čo to bolo za kokota? Čo to bolo za trus? Nechápem, že teraz mám Dark Seal. Ale mám trošku provizornejší damage. Trus kokota a kurvy.
rampage.
And
Team has destroyed a turret.
trus kokota a kurvy. Trus kokota a kurvy. Trus kokota. Trusy skurveného bastarda. Máme v týme trusy. Máme v týme trusy. Halelúja. A preto máme v týme trusy. Halelúja. Takže stále robia tieto trusy? No, už nerobia.
Unstoppable.
Vyzerá to, že už dali patch noty. Ja. Pozrieme sa na to. Keď dokončíme tento trus kokota. Trus kokota. Máme trus kokota. Máme trus kokota. Máme trus kokota. Máme trus. Máme v týme trusy. A preto máme v týme trusy. To neuvidíte, o koľko väčší damage má s pičenými 19 AP viacej, tio. Máme v týme trusy. Máme v týme trusy. Trus. Trus kokota. Trus kokota. Máme trus kokota. Máme v týme trus kokota. Máme v týme trus. Máme v týme trus. Máme v týme trus kokota bastarda. Máme v týme trus kokota a bastarda. Máme v týme trus kokota a bastarda. Máme v týme trusy. Máme v týme trusy. Máme trus kokota. Máme trus. Plný trus. Máme v týme trošku väčšie trusy. Tu sa chodí takto črevné, ako črevná chrípka a trusia sa gašparky. Chodí sa a trusí sa. Trusí sa, trus. Dobre. Chodí sa a trusí sa, trus. Chodí sa a trusí sa, trus. Choďte odo mňa preč, vy trusy. Chodí sa a trúsi sa, trus. Chodí sa a trúsi sa, trus. Trúsi sa, trus. Trúsi sa, trus. Trúsi sa, trus. Do sračky trus. Trus, si trus, kokota, si trus, si trus, kokota, si trus, kokota. Už mám daddyho, teraz začneme točiť fragy. Teraz začneme odsypať srvatky. Máme daddyho. Máme daddyho. Máme toho daddyho. Kokocké trusy. Nestihol som. Ja, ale zarobil som nejaké drobné, zarobil som nejaké trusy. Kokot nevie použiť. Trusy. Trusy kokota a kuriev. Trusy kokota a kuriev. Trusy kokota a kuriev. Trusy kokota a kuriev. Sa vzdali. Druhý tým trusov to zabalili. Nezvládli ten tlak. Druhý tým trusov to nezvládlo. Trusy. Úplne odkadili sa. Trusy. Nevytočil som ho, minimálne nie oficiálne. Úplne, čo to bolo za kokoty? Čo to bolo za kokoty? Čo to bolo za trusy? Železná 4 rána, knutý, železná, to je železná, to je železná 1. Úplne trusy. No ale skúsim vytočiť ďalšieho a najprv toto treba pozrieť. Necropolis, bla bla bla. Text sa. Ten skill code. Transfigure gems. Currency item. More foil does. Galaxy. Je tu niečo, kvôli čomu táto liga není úplná sračka? Sračka. If you have fewer than 50 monsters remaining in your map, final map bosses are empowered by affliction wisps. Kokocká kurva. Your maps randomly in between 0 and 80% more modifier effect. Which grants 20 Atlas passes skill points, but makes it so scraps cannot be found in your maps and your maps cannot be modified. Takže toto v podstate zobrali mi to kľúčové, takže už nebudem mať ťažké juicnuté mapy. Ale dostanem 20 Atlas pasívnych skill pointov. Dostanem 20 pasívnych skill pointov. To bude celé, toto bude dobré, 20 pasívnych skill pointov. To je dobrá vec. Skára by mal obsačky, ne dorti. Takže dostanem Ako nebude mať také silné juicnuté mapy, ale stále budú solidné. Budú aspoň dobré, ale toto je dobré. Lebo teraz nebude mať také ťažké mapy. Čo je kľúč. A toto pôjde, ak sa dá ísť, toto pôjdem tiež. Back to basics. Medzi 0 až 80 more modifier effect. Extra content, tak to je kokotina. Cannot appear in your maps, cannot apply. To je kokotina, dobre. Takže pôjdeme toto, dostaneme 20 bodíkov. Takže teraz nebudem mať tučné mapy, to je dobré, aspoň nebude padať veľa vecí, nebude padať veľa kokotí, mapy budú rýchle. To je pozitívne, budeme mať 20 extra bodíkov, to nie je zlé. To nie je zlé. Toto pôjdem určite. Tento Unwavering Vision. Toto určite pôjdeme. 20 extra bodíkov. Takže už nebudem mať také tučné mapy. Nebudú také tučné. Budú o niečo slabšie. Ale to je dobré. A co nebude padať tona kokotín. To je dobré. A aspoň sa nemusím nejako extra báť. Nebudem mať ťažké mapy, nebudú brutálne ťažké, to je dobré. Teraz môžem chodiť, ako hovorím, má to svoje výhody. Ako tie ťažké mapy, ktoré som chodil, teraz nebudú také ťažké. A bude padať menej veci, čo je tiež dobré. Aspoň bude sa mapy rýchlejšie točiť, nebudú také 2 hodiny, nebudem tam ty kokos 20 sekúnd pozerať, čo všetko napadalo. Toto je dobré. To je pozitívna zmena. Poďme ďalej. Sačka, nezaujíma ma. Skarby nebudem dropovať, tak ma nezaujímajú. Scarab cluster. Video maps. Sačka, scarab, sačka. I did a new which provides your maps can have some most packs. Sačka, koho to zaujíma. Increase effect of modifiers on the maps per percent map quality. Sačka. Tomb Spirits. Sačka. Nebudem taký tučný, ale tak. Sačka. Syndicate members obtain additional equipment. Sačka. 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 To je dobré, že nebudú padať skaraby. To je geniálne. To zase menej klikov, menej kokotín. Maps have a chance to contain Einhar. Už nemôžem čízovať mapy, ale podľa tohto. Už nemôžeš číslovať mapy. Už nemôžeš číslovať mapy. Oni tuším zatrhli číslovanie map podľa toho, čo vidím. Budú ešte misie, master misie? No neviem, vyzerá to, že číslovanie map už nebude možné. Kľúčová sranda číslovania map už asi nebude možné. Ako nejako ma to nežere, pretože mi dali zadarmo 20 bodov. Takže to číslovanie map... Ako ja nemusím spraviť tie mapy. Ako tie objektívy všetky spraviť vôbec nie je nejako dôležité, to je úplne jedno. Lebo zdá sa mi, že číslovanie map už nie je možné. Zdá sa mi, že... Vidíme to, lebo vidíme, že oni rušia tieto additional Yun mission. A namiesto toho dávajú chance to contain Yun, to znamená, číslovanie map už nebude možné. Aby si stále budú sa točiť. Blaky ma nezaujímajú, Fungal Blue ma nezaujímajú. Breach ma nezaujímajú. Breach. Jo, Delie ma nezaujímajú. Delie ma nezaujímajú. Takže už nebude možné číslovanie map. Ako nájdeš Einhara na mape, možno bude možné číslovanie map. Možno to bude možné. Ty ho nájdeš na mape a možno tam ho môžeš číslovať. Vieme, čo chcem povedať. Ale ako by som to potom robil? Ako by som to robil? Dá sa ešte číslovať mapa potom? Nájdeš Einhara na mape... Nedá číslovanie map, oni zatrhli číslovanie map, tí kokoti. Pretože on mi nebude dávať už biele misie. Počkaj, bude číslovanie map možné? Rozmýšľam nad tým. Nájdeš ho na mape Einhara, bude mať misie. Budem to robiť vždy biele mapy. Ak ho nájdeš na bielej mape, bude to možné. Ja si myslím, že to bude stále možné, len s tým rozdielom teda, že počkaj, rozmýšľam nad tým. Nájdeš Einhara na mape, budeš robiť 5-kové mapy non-stop, hej. Nájdeš ho na 5-kovej mape, to znamená dá ti maximálne také misie. Predtým to bolo tak, že som musel jeho misie získať. Teraz ho nájdeš na mape. Tak číslovanie map bude možné, s tým sa nič nezmení. A dokonca som mi zdal, že teraz to číslovanie malo byť aj jednoduchšie. To číslovanie by teoreticky malo byť jednoduchšie. Teraz to číslovanie malo byť jednoduchšie. Teoreticky. Ja. To číslovanie mám som, ale aj keby to je jedno. Na číslovanie map to nepadá. Ako až tak som nemiloval číslovanie mapy. Nič monolity, ale zdá sa mi, že číslovanie map bude možné. Len už nebude získavať misie každý deň podľa toho, čo vidím. Neviem, či budú misie. No neviem, uvidíme. Vyzerá to, že misia nie je. Uvidíme. Ako na tom nejako Takže áno, rituály. Takže v podstate nič sa nejako nemení. Budeme mať tónu rituálov stále. Tie mapy budú ľahšie, čo je geniálne. Tučné peťkové mapy žlté sa budú točiť. To je v pohode. Či bude čízovanie mám možné, to uvidíme. Ak nebude, tak nebude, mi to jedno. Hovorím, ja dostajem 20 bodov mi dajú, to znamená, ja nemusím silou mocou spraviť všetky objektívy. Mne stačí urobiť, keby čízovanie nebolo možné, tak to problém nie je. 8-čkové mapy, aj 9-kové, aj 10-kové v podstate sme schopní spraviť bez čízovania. A plus, keď dostaneme 20 zadarmo bodov návrh, budeme v pohode, úplne v kľude. Úplne v kľude budeme. S tými 20 bodmi zadarmo, ktoré dostaneme. Takže či na čízovaní map to nepadá. Aj keby to už nešlo, je to úplne jedno. Budeme možno viacej robiť aspoň znova baňu. Bude sa baňa otáčať. Budeme síce slabí, neodolní. Budeme sa musieť s tým vyrovnať, ale tak. Čo sa dá robiť? Maps, sub-areas, toto je dobrá vec. Veľmi dobrá vec. Dobre, takže toto removli. Takže čo nebude Ancient City, geniálne, Bazar, geniálne. Carcass, Shuttle som mal rád, City Square, to je v pohode, Kolonáda, to je v pohode, to je geniálne, že nebude to sračka. Core, Desert je škoda, Dig je škoda, samozrejme, Infestival je tiež škoda. Summit sračka, Mad Gaze, škoda, dali, veľmi dobré mapy dali preč mesu. Ktoré dali naspäť? Arsenal, whatever, Barrows je fine, I guess. Cells, to je tá sračka mapa, na ktorej som zomrel. Belfry, Courthouse. Táto nebola minula? The to dala. Desert Springs, toto je dobrá mapa. Táto nebola minula? Nebola. Toto je geniálna mapa, dal sa dať točiť. Dungeon sáčka, Excavation, whatever. Forbidden Woods, sáčka mapa. Graveyard je naspäť, čo je dobré, to je v pohode mapa. Mausoleum v pohode mapa, Fantasmagoria sáčka, Pit sáčka, Primordial Pool, sáčka, Shipyard sáčka, Silo sáčka, Sheriff sáčka. Sulfur Venty sú OK, Terasa sáčka, Toxic Sewer, Waterway sáčka. Some of the my bosses are required to defeat the upgraded plant and change to those change. Crafting recipes, samozrejme budeme točiť túto lígu, ale bude to sračka, treba s tým rátať. Soul Eater buff. Sračka, nezaujímavé sa, čo je buff. Can no longer be raised above 90%. The unholy Maiva no longer has 40% physical damage instead of 1% physical damage connected to chaos. 25% chance to wither on hit. Monster life increases, Basačka. Sačka. Ball lightning, blade, free blade, tab, blade, water, blink, sačka, dominant, sačka. Pozrieme celý patch. My sme vedeli, na čom sme. Sačka. Niečo, čo ma tu ovplyvňuje. Takže nebudeme mať. Summon stone 15% of melee damage is taken from your stone golem's life before you previously 10. Uvidíme, ako budeme neodolní, uvidíme, ako sa s tým popasujeme, ale budeme síce neodolní, budeme síce mať menej štítu, ale mapy budú ľahšie mapy. Sáčka, Manda's Aggression, bomba, to sú sáčky. Energy Shield Mastery. 50% of Energy Shield is added to your stun ratio. Your new My Mastery. Relocation Patience, Sachka. Item changes, Sachka. Sachka, nezaujím. Sachka, nezaujím. Toto ma nezaujíma, to som v živote nepoužíval, že to používať nebudem. Sáčka, nič. Ruthlessy, to ma nezaujíma, to musím všetko skipnúť. Sacred Wisps. Bug fixes. Takže sračka, takže nič tu nie je také. Takže nič, táto liga je sračka, proste, ako som povedal. Ako sú tu niektoré zaujímavé zmeny, tých 20 bodíkov. Uvidíme, aké odmeny budú. Ale v globále, presne ako som povedal, sračka. Ja keby si nám chrachal hnoj. Dobre.
Ďakujem pekne, vážené dámy a páni. Ja som rád, že sa ku mne...
Ako keby si nachrechal.
Welcome back, Wastelanders. So today is Thursday, March the 21st, and it's time for your daily Fallout 76 updates. Let's...
Sračka, dobrá. Dobre, takže v podstate jedným slovom sračka, Path of Exile bude sračka, masívny hulvát. Budeme ju samozrejme točiť, alebo je to skurvený hulvát. Bude to skurvený hulvát. Eldritch Hunger. Bude to skurvený hulvát. No dobré. Takže môžeme to zhrnúť tak, že pochovali Path of Exile, pochovali Fallout. Dobre. Ako budeme mať ľahšie mapy, to je pozitívne. Budeme mať ľahšie mapy. ľahšie mapy a 20 bodový influx. A tak je to sáčka. Ako je to sáčka? Uvidíme. Uvidíme, ako dlho budem točiť ďalšiu ligu. No, sú tam zmeny, ktoré sú zaujímavé, ale je to sáčka. Ako ten 20 bodový influx nie je zlý. Či bude číselne map fungovať, to uvidíme. Ale ináč, v globále sáčka. Viktória Chovancová. Čo je to? Kto to je? To je Viktória Chovancová. Prečo mi to ukazuje Viktóriu Chovancovú? Čo? Kto je Viktória Chovancová? Čo je to? Všetko z roku 2009. Prečo mi to ukazujú? Čo sáčky? Prečo mi ukazujete? Kováč bol Maďar, no? Už pláču sáčky. Choice. Oh, be so bad, fuck. Be so bad, Mongol. Be so bad, Mongol. Bye, weirdos. See ya, shithead. Kokotské hovno. Čo si myslel o svete, kurva domáca? Že kto je? S kým on kávu mieša? S kým to sáčka kávu mieša? Čo? Tupý trus. Nech Bože dá, čo najmenší trus. Nech Bože dá, čo najmenší hnoj. Čo najmenší trus, čo najmenší trus. Čo najmenší trus. Nech Bože dá, čo najmenší trus. O, nech Bože dá, ten trus najmenší. O, nech Bože dá, čo najmenší trus. O, nech Bože dá, ten trus najmenší. O, nech Bože dá, čo najmenší trus. Skurvaný hajzli. Bastardi v mŕtvém mozgu, chorý, sprostý, narušený.
30 seconds until
O, nech Bože dá, ten trus najmenší. Nech Bože dá. Ty kokot sa odmutoval. No ja sa neodmutujem, ty kokot, ty trus. Tam trus. Tam buď kokotom dole sám. Odsýpaj ty trus. Odsýpaj ty trus 1-2. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší trus. 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 Nech Bože dá trus najmenší, trus najmenší. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší trus. Tam vzadu stojí ako piča. Ten trus. Tam sa môže trusiť. Ten chlapina. Ten trus. Bože dá čo najmenší trus. Čo najmenší trus. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší hnoj, čo najmenší hnoj. Čo by vlastne? Trusy svoje srvátky, trusy svoje hnoje. Ukáž? No, to je hnoj, to je trus. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší trus, čo najmenší hnoj. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší trus, čo najmenší trus. Čo najmenší trus, čo najmenší hnoj. A to čo? Ten kokotí trus je mŕtvý. Máme kokota, nám ide. Trusolízeča. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší hnoj. Čo najmenší hnoj. Čo najmenší trus. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší trus. Takže zabili Fallout, pochovali Fallout, pochovali Path of Exile. No to bude zaujímavá ešte debatka. Wow. Ako netrápi ma to, čo ma trápi je, že Plešinka zomrela. Ako smrť Plešinky ma hlboko zasiahla. Bol súčasťou rodiny. Bol tvrdou a neodmysliteľnou súčasťou rodiny Plešinka. Plný kokotský trus, kokotský trus, kokotský hnoj, kokotský trus. Nech Bože dá. Úplný kokot, to je úplný kokot. Úplná sračka, úplný hulvat. Vrgonia mánu. Môžeme len tak kvásiť z posledného rúbať žuvielky. Hej. Hej. Rozumné rozhodnutie, Udir. Čo najmenší trus, čo najmenší hnoj. Ostavím tu, aby som nestratil skúsenosti. Zbytočne. Môžeš osrať. Keď potrebuješ nakúpiť, potrebuješ nakúpiť. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší hnoj,
Your turret has been destroyed.
čo najmenší trus. Kde je ten kokot? Kde? Tu na ňo, piču sa. Tu na ňo trusavka. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší hnoj. Čo najmenší trus. Čo najmenší hnoj.
An ally has been
Nech Bože dá. Nech Bože dá. Nám ide totálny kokot. Totálny hulvát.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Nech Bože dá. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší trus. Nech Bože dá. Nech Bože dá. Ty kokot tupý, odanitý, narušený, sprostý bastard. Jebnutý urgot, tupý chorý, nahnitý kalibr psychickej kurvy, bože zase v džungli totálna sračka. Nech Bože dá čo najmenší trus. Legacy, Killer Call. Úplný kokot, úplný trus. Dostal si naložené trus. Musíš ísť náspäť, healnúť sa, trus.
Redemption in the light.
Nech Bože dá čo najmenší hnoj. Čo najmenší hnoj. No tentokrát sa nedostal moc malý hnoj. Tentokrát sa dostal pekne tučný. Masný hnoj. Ceskou to dávkujem. Túto hulvácku kokotinu. S týmto totálnym kokotom nám ide. Ty kokos, ten kokot na tom ide. Jasné. Železná 4, priemerné KDA 5-7. 3 zápasy, žiadna výhra. A nečudujeme sa, prečo. Totálny kokot. To je tak sprostý chuj, jak nikto. Neskutočne tupý, sprostý, jebnutý hulvát. Nech Bože dá. Nech Bože dá. Ach. No to doklad je sračka. Ako myslím, že teraz to bude zaujímavé čítať. To bude zaujímavé čítať, ten trus. To bude komika. Ako si myslíš, že mne záleží na výhrách. Kokot, on si myslí, že Nech Bože dá.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Bože, to sú kokoty. To sú pekné tu petrusy. Masné kokoty, masné. O, nech Bože dá ten masívny hnoj. Chcem vytočiť 1-0, ale... To zápas skončil. To zápas len nejako prežijeme. Nejako to krvilačne prežijeme. Tak ako nechápeš ten zápas, aj keby sa snažil, aj tak sa prehrali. Ten kokot si myslí, akú veľkú prácu robí, ale nerozumie jednej veci. Ten zápas je prehraný. Bol v prehraný momente, ako som dostal tohto kokota na mid. Úplný hnoj.
An ally has been
A tento hnoj do džungle. Úplný kokot. Ten človek, bože, ty ľudia sú tak tupí. Čo je to za kokota, prosím pekne? Čo je to za kokota? Strašne sprostý. Oni vôbec nevedia, čo majú robiť. Aj na to. To je úplná kurva. Cold Streaker, stompnutý. Kriste, ježiši. Účet level 32. Dostal som ich. No bohužiaľ, dostal som ich. Absolútne kokotské začiatočnícke sračky. Ježiši Kriste. Nemôžem dodžovať, tak to vyzerá takto. Nemôžem dodžovať, tak to vyzerá takto. Toto by som v živote nezačal tento zápas. S takýmto kokotom na mide a s takýmto kokotom v džungli by som v živote zápas nezačal. Veď si kokot urod ako piče. Ty si vypražený.
enemy killing spree.
Neskutočne sprosté kokoty. A čože sú dva na mide, ty kokot? A čo? Iste, bože. Toto musí byť nejaké 13-ročné deti. Títo ľudia sú tak sprosté, tupé kurvy. Ktorí dva kokoti sa nechcú zdať? Urgot kokot? A ja som asi.
Enemy rampage.
Oh man.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh man, you fuck up, boy. You get fucking roasted.
Has been destroyed.
You get heavily roasted, man.
Your
Like a fucking heavy roast. Like a chinga bongo roast, man. Ty kokos. K tomuto vravím. Ty koňo, masívny roast. Kto tam bojuje? Ty kokos. Masívny roast. Ty kokos, úplne boli spasení. Lost mitigated. Plus 9. Poďme na to, poďme to prúdiť. Už sa to kryštalizuje pomaličky. Poďme to prúdiť. Ako ty kokos. To sú kokoty. Ako tí ľudia sú, sú šokovaní. Ja som šokovaný, akí sú tí ľudia absolútne sprostí. To, čo robia, to je nepochopiteľné. To je absolútne nepochopiteľné. Ako hlava sa mi nad tým kroutí. No ale sa mi hlava nad tým kroutí, akí sú sprostí. Lebo to sú základné veci. Proste ten Yasuo, to je úplný kokot. On sa zabil úplne zbytočne a úplne zadarmo. On sa zabil úplne zbytočne, tento kokot. Ale úplne zbytočne, to je úplný kokot. Koľko rokov to točí. A totálny primitív, hen. Toto je železný štamgast. Sezóna 9 železná, 10 železná, 11 železná, 12 železná. Totálne sprostý kokot, ktorý v živote nepochopí, že nemá skapínať ako kokot. Proste ten koncept neskapínania mu je cudzí už niekoľko rokov. Ty kokos. Ako dostala tieto kurvy na miet. To je bašta. A to je bašta, ty kokos. To je bašta. A tento je taký spokojný. Tento je taký spokojný sám so sebou. Sa tak vytečuje, že ako mi prehral zápas. Ty sračka túpa, sprostá, jebnutá. Ja prehrám každý zápas pomaly. A mi to úplne jedno. Let's go. Ako vy si tak sprosté, tento kokot nevie absolútne nič tiež. Ako tento človek, toto je niečo neskutočné. Má 6 výhier, 21 prehier. 6 výhier, 21 prehier. S katastrofálnym KDA. Ten človek netuší nič, on nevie. Vôbec nerozumie tomu, čo má robiť a vôbec nerozumie tomu, čo robiť nemá. Ako ty kokos. Čo sa deje zase s týmito kokotmi? Yeah, it's boosted round 4.
How about it?
Dodge this booster. Your choice. Choice was made. No dobre, pozrieme sa. Toto je... Ako musím povedať, celý život je strata času. Ale už ma to začína dosť... Začína to byť už dosť... Ako by som to povedal? Ako by som to povedal? Začína to byť dosť suché. Dosť suché. Už ma to fakt nebaví toto. To je úplná kokotina. Proste v živote nebude mať normálny zápas. Je to ty kokos, to je niekoľko hodín. Niekoľko hodín sa musím nudiť na to, aby som mal jeden zápas, ktorý som schopný vytočiť nuláka. To je vždy niekoľko hodinová nuda. No fakt ma to už, strašne ma to unavuje už. Musím povedať, že ma to strašne unavuje. Pretože naozaj celé je to iba o tom, že niekoľko hodín sa nudím na to, aby som nakoniec jedného vytočil. Ako dobre, už nepotrvá to dlho. 26. sa začne točiť. A na to koľko to? Priemerné KDA 2.14.6. Hej, na koľko to na tope? 8.87. Hej, na koľko to dole? 3.10.9. Hej, na koľko to nám ide? Petrína. Ako neskutočne ma to nebaví. Ako neuveriteľné v kokotskej sračke už som. To už bude len horšie a horšie. To už budem povinne prehrávať v najlepšom 3. Najlepší scenár, najlepší. Budú 3 prehry na 1 výhru. To bude najlepší scenár. To v živote už lepšie nebude. To už títo kokoti, to je tak tupá rasa. Ty kokos. No nič, dobre, vedeme sa teda ďalej. Hľadajme nejaké... Popravde by som to skôr prestal. Skôr by som to chcel prestať zapínať. Ty kokos. Až. Ako ty kokos, strašne ma to nebaví s kokotmi. Toto je ten problém, že už budem dostávať 70% zápasov kokotov. V najlepšom prípade prehrám 7 z 10. To je najlepší scenár. To je už najlepší scenár. Najlepší scenár.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Ty kokos. Ako tohto sme sa dožili. Tohto sme sa dožili. Holy fuck. Takže 26.
Minions have spawned.
26. začneme točiť Fallout. 29. prejdeme na Power of Exile. Aj keď aj Fallout a Power of Exile sú sračky, samozrejme. Ale toto je strašne nudné. Ty kokos, toto je nuda. Ja normálne už tam mikrospánky, bude to Liga retardov. Absolútne ma to nebaví. Chvala Bohu. Chvala Bohu. Bože, to je kokot. To je kokot, ten Rambo.
Victory.
No neviem, či to niečo vyrieši. Ale treba dúfať, že... Treba dúfať, že... Tento kokot nešiel ďalší zápas. Tento kokot si rúbe. Tento tiež. Tento strátil mentalitu. Ako tí ľudia sú strašne sprostí. A ten Urgot bol strašne sprostý, ti hovorím. On to vôbec nevedel. Tu káze mohli non-stop zabíjať, non-stop. A ani ten kokot to nevedel, ani to doplena. Proste tu už neexistuje, aby sme dostali jedného normálneho, čo vie základy. Ja nemám v zápase jedného zo 4, čo vie základy. To je neuveriteľné. Ty kokos. Ale ty kokos. Ty kokos. To je šok. Tuším, že nejaká rybárska akcia tu bola. Ako je niečo, čo by som mohol zapínať na týchto posledných 5 dní. Na 5 dní do 26. Call of the Wild Angler. Niečo, čo by som mohol zapínať. Posledná na 5 dní. Mimo Ligy retardovaných kok. Bože, to je taká nuda. Bože, tá Liga retardov, to je tak nudná kokotina. Kriste pána. Čo sa to dá všetko robiť v tomto Anglerovi? Nič, ale zoberieme to. Ach. 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 No dobre. Chcem vytočiť 1-0 a zabaliť to. Ako najskutočne ma to nebaví tá liga kokotov. Kokoti by si kladli tú istú otázku, na čo to zapínam, keď ma to tak nebaví. Lebo neviem, čo mám robiť vy kokoti. Nič ma nebaví. Nič ma nebaví a niečo robiť treba. To je ten problém. Nič ma nebaví a niečo robiť treba. Dobre? Rozumieme sa? Ja dúfam, že sa rozumieme. Nič ma nebaví a niečo robiť treba. Môžem to zopakovať ešte. Ako čo? Vo Falloute nie je čo robiť, Power of Exile ani vonku. Palworld, tam nie je nič už. Redfall, stále mu niečo chýba. Jacked, stále mu niečo chýba teoreticky. Basketball. Basketball. Ako Stalker bude najmaš kedy zase. Také na Vianoce. Unavený som. Piateho septembra na Vianoce. Toto je zvedavosť. Ja som proste len zvedavý, či dostanem jedného normálneho. Či dostanem jedného normálneho. Či dostanem jedného normálneho. Číra zvedavosť. Dostanem jedného normálneho, alebo znova 4 tupé sračky. Čo? Číra zvedavosť. Číra zvedavosť. Pathetic scam missile bot. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Garbage feeder. Garbage feeder. You. Yes. For sure. That one. He will. Garboy. Tito nezumie. Tito je majster gurmanka. Čo vypisuje? Čo huno? No ukáž sa huno. Keď tak spokojne ukazuje svoje. Za chvíľu ťa pozem. Tupé ovno. Fideska kurva. Mám tú tupú fidersku kurvu. Mám tú kurvu fidersku. Ukážte mi ho. Kokos. Tak to je pekný jebnutý feeder. Tak to je pekný jebnutý feeder. Ty kokos. 8, 11, ty kokos. To je pekná feederská žumpa. Tak to už áno. Tak to už áno. Plná feederská kurva. Plná feederská žumpa. Bastardský feeder, kokota. Kurva bastardia. Ty kokos, to je dobrý feeder tam dole.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Dobrá žumpa feederská, dobrá žumpa. Dobrá žumpa. Dobrá žumpa, kokota, dobrá žumpa. Dobrý feederský gašpa. Dobrý lovat, dobrý lovat. Dobrý lovat. Dobrá feederská žumpa. Si pekná feederská. Si žumpa, kokotě. Si prostě feeder. Si prostě feeder. Si prostě skurvisyn. Si skurvisyn. Tupý feeder. Som povedal, že budeš sám dole, ty kurva. Si sám dole, ty kurva. Čo si myslíš? Že ja s tebou budem miešať kávu? Ty tupá feederská žumpa. Ty tupá feederská žumpa, ja s tebou kávu miešať nebudem. Ty kurva nahnitá. Primitív. Ty čo netraduješ, ty žumpak? Však mu nálož tabaku. Nalož mu tabaku, ty žumpa feederská, ty hnoj. Prečo stojíš vzadu za minionmi? A nejdeš tradovať, jo? Tupo žumpa. Ty žumpa. Choď ho tradovať. Bože, to je kokot. Nič, idem na midlane. Potlačím a idem na midlane. No, tupý kokot má lána brskana. Ak to plene nevie nič, ak je to kokotská kurva. Idem na midlane. To nemá zmysel byť s tým kokotom, to je strata môjho času. V momente, ako zistím, že na tope je kurva, tak pôjdem na mid. To je úplný kokot. To je žumpak. To je chorý jedinec kurvy. Chorý jedinec kurvy. Idem naspäť kúpiť stopanky. Teraz traduje tá kurva. Teraz to môžem ísť. Teraz to môžem ísť. Takto to budem musieť robiť. Keď sme tam dvaja, tak je AF. Keď odídem, zrazu traduje. Čo to je za kurvy, tí ľudia? Posunúte trošku, čo? Trošku skurvené kurvy. Čo táto kurva? Čo spravila? Čo spravila tá kurva? Tento kokot čo? Je kúsok od toho. Kam ide tento?
You have slain an enemy.
Tupa kurva Leblancka. Bastardí orechový cíp. Ďakujem za piškvorky. Sračka Leblancka. Naspäť. Kúpim si trošku žmýkalky. Trošku žmýkalky. Trošku žmýkalky, plne, trošku žmýkalky. Čo robí ten kokot na to? Idem ho trošku líznúť. Poďme ho líznúť. Nám ide aj tak sračka. Tupa sprosta chora narušená. Keby som nemal Dark Seal, v živote by som tú kurvu nezabil. Prežil by tam.
An enemy has been slain.
To je ďalšia žucherka. Ďalšia pečivelka. Nič, nemôžem čakať. Vieš, dlho by to trvalo.
An ally has been slain.
Čo ty kokoty tam dole?
An enemy has been slain.
No to žucherská kurva tu dole. Odlačím na väžu. Aj do prdele. Koľko nevie, kedy ísť naspäť. To je klasický problém týchto primitívov. Majú vytretý tupý sprostý nahnitý mozog. To je všetko. Čo by tento kokot? Ale stekol som Harvest na tom, dúfam. Zdá sa mi, že... Tom ostal s tým životom? Ja došiel pomôcť koľko toho. Sráč ten tros. Tros. Čo si myslel, že sa stane? Čo si myslel, že sa stane ten tros? Čo si myslel, že sa stane ten kokocký tros? Čo spravil ten primitívny hnoj? Čo si myslel, že sa stane? Tros, čo? Možno sa mal hneď naportovať. Úplne neschopný do piče. Si úplne neschopný. Úplný tros. Čo tento hnoj na tom ide? Hnoj? Čo? O ja, desačka. Ja by som z tejto líhol, ale... Tros.
An ally has been slain. Rampage. An ally has been slain.
Čo robil?
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Čo je to za kokota? Čo je to za hnoj? Na tom ide. To tupý chrt chodí za mnou. Senský. Čo chce? Oriana, to je kokot.
An ally has been slain.
To je úplný kokot.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Idú henty hajzli, všetci.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
O. No. You're fucking fine. To bylo.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Úplný kokot. Čo sa deje? Ty kokotský kokotí chrt. Vyjebaný kokotský. To sa nedá, tívaj. To je jebnutý kokot ten človek. To sú jebnutí kokoti, to je bohužiaľ situácia, ako to je. Proste to je jebnutý kokot. To je v mozgu vyjebaný chorý jedinec. Skončil. Som skončil, to sú jebnutí ľudia. To sú jebnutí chorí ľudia. Jebnutí chorí ľudia. Jebnutí chorí kokotíci. Úplný kokot. Úplný mozgovo mŕtvý kokot. Chodí jak pojebaný po tej mape. Chodí jak pojebaný. To je mentálna degenerácia, čo som bol znova svedkom. Mentálna degenerácia kokotá.
An enemy is lost.
Úplný kokoti. Mentálna degenerácia, to je úplný kokot, ten človek. Jo, to je úplný kokot, ten degener. Ten náhnitý, sprostý, tupý, jebnutý degener. A tento kokot neobali piču. Vyjebaný neužitočný tchor, tupý sprostý kokoti. No nic, zomrel som kvôli kurvám. To je v piči KDA som mi zase dosiahol kvôli týmto kokotom. Úplný kokotík, KDA som mi dosiahol. Koľko zápasov som mal 0? 3 zápasy a teraz to prišlo znova, ja. Úplný kokot, úplný primitívny kokot, úplný jebnutý kokot. Podobne ako CZ tým kokotov. Primitívnych kokotíkov. Jebnutí, chorí, tupí, vyjebaní ľudia. Mozgu narušené jedince, kokot si ho tam narazí jak mentál. Kokoti dement. Už môžem ščítať tých kokotov. Úplný kokot. Skončil vy kokoty. Jebnutá Oriana, jebnutý primitívovia, jebnutý Warwick. Tupí, sprostí, vyjebaní kokotíci. Mozgovo jebnuté kurvy na čele s kokotským Warwickom. Boli primitívovia. Primitívny kokotí tchor. Som skapal kvôli tupým jebnutým kurvám. Tupým jebnutým kokotom. Kokoti dobitý, v mozgu jebnutý, chorý. Kokotský Warwick jebnutý, v mozgu zaostalý, tupý. Zabrzdený, podobne ako tá kokotská Oriana. Hlave nasraté. Jebnutý kokoti. Primitívny kokoti. Dobité orgány chuja. Dementi. Úplný kokot. Úplný kokot. Úplný primitívny. Úplný kokot. Plná žumpa. Tupá, sprostá, jebnutá, chorá žumpa. Osmička. Viete, čo je osmička? Toto. Toto je osmička. Toto je osmička. Toto sa volá osmička. Takto točíte osmičku. Primitívny kokot, sprostý, tupý, chorý, jebnutý. Mozgovo zaostali. Trus kokota.
An enemy is legendary.
Jediné, čo ste mali, som bol ja, vy kokoti.
An ally has been slain.
Ste psychicky jebnutí a nechali ste ma zabiť ako piču.
Down.
Hen kokotík, hen. Hen.
An ally has been slain.
Ty kokos.
An ally has been slain.
Kokoti. Tupí, sprostý, vyjebaný, zaostali, všívaví hajzli. Odchádzam. Dosrali ste mi kádavy, primitívne trosy kokota.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Úplný kokot zase nám ide, úplný kokot na to, perennial build hnoja. Kokot si nevie postaviť build, úplný hnoj. Postaví sa kokot, k trus, k hnis, k dement. Kde je ten kokot? Od začiatku som vedel, že je to kokot. Primitívny kokotí hajzel.
Enemy killing.
Bastardy degener. Neužitočné hovno.
Shut down. Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain.
Trus.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
It's nearly time.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Úplný kokot. Úplný hnoj.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Viete, čo je osmička? Toto. Toto je osmička. Kokoti ma nechali zabiť, primitívne jebnuté kurvy. Neužitočný kokot nám ide, nevie sa ani vysrať. Neužitočný džungler nevie ani piču. Neužitočný kokot tam stojí ako pič a uteká. Nerobí absolútne nič, úplný hnoj. Úplný hnoj. Hnoj kokota. záchvy zničia. Tupé kokoty.
Enemy killing spree. Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Plné sprosté kokoty.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
To je zápas kokotů.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Shut down.
Ty kokos, tá Evelyn je strašne sprostý kokot. Ako keď som videl, čo robila tá Evelyn, to je úplný kokot. To je úplný kokot, to je úplný kokot. On je tak sprostý, tak tupý, tak zaostalý. To je taký kokot. Klod. V pohode. Nic sa nejde. Ukončite už tých kokotov tupých, sprostých. Narušených.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Kriste Bože, ukončite už tých kokotov narušených. Kriste Ježiši.
Enemy killing spree.
Kriste Ježiši.
Enemy double
Teraz ich
kill.
ukončia tých kokotov.
An ally has been slain.
Na toho kokota. Na toho kokota. Na toho kokota.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Kriste Bože, to je tupý kokot.
A summoner has disconnected.
Ty kokos.
Shift.
Ty kokos, toto kurvie. Ty kokos. Čo je toto čierno? No, to je toto. Ty kokos. Niečo tak primitívne, chore, tupé, jebnuté. Kriste Ježiši. Môj ty Pane, môj ty Bože. Ty kokos, to sú kokoty. Sprostá rasa. Tak zaostalá, tupá, primitívna, zabrzdená, chorá rasa kokotov. Si kokos. Tak tupá, sprostá, chorá, zabrzdená rasa kokotov. Neskutočná degenerácia. Hnoj dojebaný. Hnoj kokotích kuriev. No to je jeden neužitočný kokot. Môže sa vyčmodiť. To je sprosté. Bože, tí ľudia sú tak sprosté, zostávajú sa Kriste Páne. Používam, dúfam, triumf a nie tú kokotiu skúrvenú manu. Ak používam kokotiu skúrvenú manu, to by bola katastrofa. To by bola diametrálna katastrofa. No. Chvíľu som sa obával. Chvíľu to smrdelo.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Chvíľu som sa obával. Sú tu nejakí starí známi kokotíci, ktorí si zaslúžia prehrať. Všetko nová. Všetko noví bastardi. Nová. Všetko noví bastardi, no dobré. No dobre. V kľude s rezervou. A koľko ten Indama nebude spolupracovať, čo predpokladám, že nebude, tak pôjdem na mid. Pôjdeme lízť toho dementa na ten mid. No. Not bad. Nevytiahne sa dopredu, čo? Neslovneš mi ho, no dobre. Dobre, ty kurva. Je mi to úplne jasno. Nemáš na to. To je kurva skápala. Dole sračka. A to je klasický scénár tam dole. To je klasický hnoj. Klasický tros. Musím nakúpiť trošku baklažanky, máme topanky. Nech to rýchlejšie točíme. Koľko má tento primitív života? Okreplená línia, poďme tam, poďme ho líznúť. That's what I thought. Ak si dostať tabak, mal by sa ukludniť. Poďte Caitlyn, to je kokot. To je ultimátny huluvát. Tá Caitlyn, to je úplný kokot. To je ultimátny kokot. To keď vidím, ako sa tá Caitlyn hýbe, to mi je úplne jasné. To je totálny dement. To je má hlave tak nasraté ako nikto. Ale tak nasraté ako nikto. A to sa neoplatí chodiť, to je primitívne rovno. Ten si rúbe svoje klasické rekordy, kokota. Vodiť. Môžete to potlačenie si kúpiť vecičky. Potom sa sústrediť na toho kalna potrebujem. No, musím nakúpiť vecičky, nechám ho skápať kurvu. Už tam nemá čo robiť. Je mŕtvy. Je mŕtvy. Je mŕtvy, je. Ej, dôvod, kvôli čomu žije. Ne, on skápe za chvíľu. Ej, dôvod, kvôli čomu žije, že druhý tým je podobný retard, ako je on sám. A v džungli je totálny kokot. Tým má v hlave absolútne nasraté. Máme 4-0, myslím, že na čase to zaboliť. Na tope je úplný kokot, džungla je AFK, midlane je totálna sračka, jeden kokot dostal naložený non-stop. Ten je bosol tu prosto v šťavnatom liehu. No, 100 mŕtvy ako kurva. Top lane je kurva tiež. Džungla je úplná kurva. Ten džungla nerobí absolútne nič. Klasické easy killy nám ide ignorované. To už poznám. Ja, to mi ten kokot dal. Henta sáčka na mňa hodila gulku. Nič tu asi pôjdem povedať. Toto je prehra ako vyžitá z kocúra. To v živote nedáme tento zápas. Dobre, končím, dohrám to. Idem si zobrať jedlo, idem povedať pri tom. Idem povedať, budem sa hýbať a to takové. Znova, poviem to tak, príliš veľká demencia, že môžem iba čítať. Úplne kapajú. Som skončil.
Legendary. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy legendary. A summoner has disconnected. Defeat.
Čo chce to primitívne hovno jemnuté? Tupé proste vyjebané mozgu. Zaostali primitívny trus. Ťažké zápasy dneska mal. Tvrdo driem na ten nuláky, tvrdo driem.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Kokoti. Škoda, že som neprežil v tom zápase kokotov s tým Warwickom. Keby som prežil ten jeden súboj, ten jeden, to by som už nezomrel. Škoda.
Minions have spawned.
Škoda. Na to pejši ako. Ale tento kokot je okryplený. Výnimočne sa ešte nám ide, ten set je v hlave narušený. Úplný kokot. Kokot nemá žiadny život, ten kokot sa ho zabije. Necháva sa ešte prizabíjať minionmi. Ja. Okay.
It's nearly time.
Nasrať. Sať chôd do dole. Tento odkiaľ má toľko poučenou? Koho mám v džungli?
On my way.
Keď auto atakuje, nemôže sa nechať okrypliť. Potom aj ja čas koláča. Ty kokot proste ten človek.
An ally has been slain.
Poď creeper.
You think or not to say.
Potom radšej z koláče.
It's nearly time. On my way.
Killing spree. Shut down.
No, that's not good. Že jaká je úplná sračka.
An enemy has been slain.
It's nearly time.
Zed je mrtvý, může sem dojít Jax, či pochyl, že jsem do vodě.
It's nearly time.
An ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Has been slain.
No.
Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret. You have slain an enemy.
Oh, well.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Triple kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Úplný imbecil. Úplný kokot.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Oh.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Dominating. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Oh my god. Úplný kokot.
An ally has been slain.
Úplný kokoti. To je neuvěřitelné. Absolutní kokoti. Oh boy.
Killing spree.
Oh boy. Um, 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 um.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Legendary. Legendary.
A ten Shaco robí magický damage. Podľa mňa aj Z.
Legendary. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
It's nearly time.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Shut down. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Double kill. Legendary. Double kill. Ace. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh. Where's the Mali? No fury. Good work. Good work, not losing mantle. Strong mantle. Focus on a goal. On a goal. Žiadne honory. Máme. Takže dokázali sme to, páni, vytočili sme ho. A celkom vytočili sme ho a musím povedať, páni, že vytočili sme ho celkom bravúrne a celkom dominantne. To je to, čo hovorím. Že pokiaľ nemám ultimátnych imbecilov všetkých štyroch, tak sa dajú točiť tabaky. No. Dajú sa točiť tabaky a harvestovať souly. Right? Takže páni, my balíme. Balíme švestky. Je to dôležité. Dôležité, že sme vytočili, páni. Ešte pozrieme rekapitulácie. Koľko zelených som mal, ako masívne zelenou sme boli. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Aggressive laner, high damage, high gankable, or literally destroy, high KD, high kill participation, great roaming, unkillable, unkill. Laner, duels win rate, team fights win rate, team fights participation. Tomu hovorím. Bašta fragov. Tu hovorím brutálna bašta fragov. Brutálna masochistická bašta fragov. Bol vidno ten rozdiel. Keď nemám totálne kokoty. Ako je nemám totálne kokoty, no tento skápal 4-krát, tento 5-krát, tento 5-krát, tento 6-krát, vidíme to, to je v rámci normy. Viac nemôžeš od nich čakať. Ako keď skápu do 6-krát, to je zázrak. Do 6-krát za 28 minút, to je zázrak. To je haleluja. I guess. Tieto hovna čo? Ryan. Džunglo kozak. Džunglo kozak. Norfolk. Ako tento primitív musel aj proti dobrému Dementovi, keď vytočil 13-0-3. Ako tento Jaco musel byť úplne hovno. No jasné. Toto je ten, ktorý si myslí o sebe veľa. A mal v hlave násaté. Ale vytočil nuláka. Ale vytočil nuláka len preto, lebo spodok mu dominoval. Džungler mu dominoval. A top laner sa tiež držal v rámci normy. No dobre. Vytočili sme ho.